COVID-19 world. Indeed, for us, it is an honor as the Circle of Global Business Women. Honorable Minister Togo Didiza, Madame Estherine Lisinge, Fudabong, bonjour, Dr. Gwenan Yves, President for the French South African Chamber of Commerce in South Africa and Industry, Dr. Jocelyn Merritt, the Chancellor for Agricultural Affairs, and the Department of Economic Affairs for Southern Africa, and our dearest sister, Severine Joulast, the Deputy Director for EFSAGRI. These are our partners from the French Chamber of Commerce and also from the French Embassy in South Africa. We are indeed honored today to co-host this event, and we thank you very much because you have made this event to be possible so that we'll be able to connect with women agribusiness in the continent in South Africa. Madame Emilia Howard from Africa Forum, Madame Tutu from the Africa CGBW, Africa Chairperson for Women in Agribusiness, and the Chairperson for Women at AFASA, and all women panelists, and all our country presidents for the Circle of Global Business Women, our global board, our advisory council, all viewers globally in the continent in South Africa, and all protocol observed. It's really indeed a great honor for us to host you today in this platform and talk about a very important topic that talks about women in agribusiness, because all of us, as we know, that money is in the value chain in the agriculture sector. Money is not in the produce. And today we are talking about building our systems, building our strength to actually make sure that we have gentle giants. Women are commercialized. Women become commercial farmers in the agribusiness. And today, as we launch our agribusiness initiative with our partners, Embassy of France in South Africa, the French South African Chamber of Commerce, Business France, Amina Investments International, supported by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, AFASA, and Africa Forum. We are standing on the shoulder of a gentle giant, Mama Charlotte Maxeke, celebrating her 105th year, a birthday. As South Africa government took a stance and declared this year as Mama Charlotte Maxeke year. And this is the best time for us to launch this initiative, because we are launching it in the year of a gentle giant, in the year of a mother that made education to be fashionable in the yesteryear, the mother that took us to the next level, a mother that was resilient, a mother that took the rightful position and made it show women's place was actually represented. And
we can't hear you.
On mute, Madam President.
Madam President, can you unmute?
We can't hear. I'm calling here on her mobile phone. Madam President, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It was a technical issue. And today we're dedicating this event to Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi, a gentle giant who has paved the way for us to actually participate as agripreneurs in this platform. And also we are actually humbled and honored as the Circle of Global Business Women Minister to say, Ivili Lobo ya Maliambe, because that was the company that Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi started, where she actually came up with a strategy of organizing communities in the Eastern Cape. And she actually came up with blankets that were actually, marketed globally. Africa's space of agriculture is female. Africa has a huge opportunity to make agriculture its economic driver. If you're driving along the highways, Madam Estherine, of any African continent, you will not miss women at the bus stop with farm produce in their hands seeking possible buyers. Women control a sizable portion of trade in the agricultural produce in Africa. And be it production, according to the United Nations, 50% of the entire agricultural labor force is made of women. And they're growing nearly the 70% of Africa's food basket, and therefore contributing to about 21% of the sub-Saharan gross domestic product. These statistics, Madam Minister and Madam Esterin, it shows a clear indication that women contribute to the economic status and food security of the continent. And hence, as the Circle of Global Business Women, we took it seriously to gather and have this event today that will elevate women to the next level in terms of the, agribusiness in the country and also in the continent. The Circle of Global Business Women is a global network of women that are intelligent, women that are authentic. And I'm sure you see the network every time when I'm introducing a president or an associate. You see authenticity in these women, which is this one thing that is very powerful about this organization. An organization that is different, an organization that doesn't compete with any other organization, women organization, but an organization that works with all women formations in the country in a collaborative manner. And thank you very much to the board members and also making sure that we thrive in everything that we do. Thank you very much to the French Chamber of Commerce and Industry for actually anchoring us today, because we're standing on their shoulders. And the reason why I have confidence today, I serve as a committee member in EFSAKI, which is they launched the Agriculture Committee, and I'm participating as a member for the Circle of Global Business Women, which is indeed a great honor for me to participate in that platform. We launched it in July, and here we are, Dr. Yves. Here we are today talking to women in agribusiness and making sure that they take their lead in the space. But also what we discussed with EFSAKI, it's critical programs that are looking at elevating women in the agri space. Technological applications is one of them. Capacity building is one of them. Exchange programs is one of them. In particular, on the value chain targeting women and youth, leadership and empowerment program in agribusiness is one of them. Institutions of higher learning in agriculture, and where we have smallholder farmers and young entrepreneurs and startups is one of them. EFSAKI launched, this powerful agriculture committee, and the Circle is a member at EFSAKI Agriculture Committee. Thank you very much, Dr. Yves, for accommodating us as the Circle of Global Business Women. And through our International Chamber of Commerce partnership, we are also members now of the Chambers of Climate Coalition globally. And agriculture is the key driver in terms of climate change. And we're working with ICC to identify women members who are doing projects in agriculture, which are driving the implementation of the Paris Agreement, which they're actually looking at mitigation of climate changes in their projects, in their programs that they're doing. And we're really humbled and honored. It was made possible by the French South African Chamber of Commerce in South Africa because they are affiliated to ICC. And now today, we are also affiliated to ICC. So the partnership is working, and we signed our MOU with the French South African Chamber of Commerce in April when we launched the Circle of Global Business Women in the country. Thank you very much for this step that we have taken, the leap of faith that you have taken to accommodate us in your platforms is EFSAKI. Say, women are powerful, and women, they are affected through the household due to the additional work and the consequences of the lockdown. But what will actually empower women is to actually come up with agricultural initiatives in the Eastern Cape, in the townships, in rural areas. And this is going to be very important in terms of our inclusion strategy. And I know the minister later on will be addressing the programs that the minister has done in the department, and also making sure that women thrive in the sector. And I'm humbled and honored, and thank you very much for this platform without wasting my time. And I know if I don't say this, I'm a product for the Department of Agriculture. I'm the founder for Youth in Agriculture and Rural Development. And thank you, Minister, for actually grooming me to be this gentle giant today. As you know that when I was a young person, I had passion about agriculture. And here I am today, still speaking about agriculture. Without wasting my time, I'd like to actually call our president, our Secretary General, Ms. Romay Harding, to do an opening and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cindy, and welcome to everybody here today, to our esteemed guest speakers, to our sponsors, and to the dignitaries. And welcome to our members. Welcome to all who have joined us from all over the world. At the Circle of Global Businesswomen, we believe that agriculture is the lifeblood of Africa. Africa has the largest demographic of youth and women in agriculture. Africa has arable land. Africa is the future. Let us rise and embrace this opportunity that we have. The land, the people. Agriculture is our birthright. Agriculture is our hope. Agriculture is the future. We welcome you all and are so honored that you could join us today for this very important discussion that we are having. So please enjoy, and we look forward to making great strides ahead in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was our Secretary General, Ms. Romay Harding. And now we're going to call in our partner, our father, in fact, at the Circle of Global Businesswomen, the president for the French South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Gwenon Yves, who's also going to give us a message of support, and who has shaped this agenda. If you look at this agenda, we've worked this agenda in partnership with EFSAKI. Thank you very much, Dr. Yves, for your leadership and guidance. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Honorable Minister, honorable guests, we are very happy as the French South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry to participate to this event. Okay, and it has been an interesting time when we met the Global Circle, or the Circle of Global Businesswomen. It was very interesting, and it was something we would like to do since long time, but we didn't have the opportunity. And thank you for providing us the opportunity. The second opportunity, which came almost at the same time, is we have been focused since years and years on industrial activity at the Chamber. The reason is simple. We have a lot of French companies working in South Africa, creating jobs in South Africa, investing in South Africa. But we have decided that, hey, guys, why we don't speak about agriculture? Because France is very important in this sector. For the French, agriculture is a key sector, and we are not representing this sector in South Africa. And when the opportunity came to organize this link between the EFSAKI and the global businesswoman circle, I will tell it like that, we say, why we don't start with a topic which can interest both of us? And this topic was agriculture. And we have been very surprised at the beginning how fast you react. What I would like to say today, we have structured a committee, and we are very happy. And we have the first workshop in July concerning what climate change, water, irrigation, and so on. It was the first one of a series. We will continue to have technical discussion. The next one will come certainly beginning of October and linked to education. And at the same time, we can also announce that in collaboration with the French embassy, we are organizing a tour in France. A few people from the circle, we are working on it. The objective is we are a chamber of commerce. That means we have not really money, but we have contact. the money is one thing, but it's not enough. What is very important is to have the contact and to have also the wishes to succeed. And it's exactly what we have. The objective is to put in contact people and also to provide them all the interesting information for them to succeed. I come back to education because it's, and Cindy knows it very well, it's something that's really very important for me. I know the country since 40 years. I am living here since more than 12 years. And I have decided to retire in South Africa and continue to support the country. Is really for that, because education for me is the biggest challenge we have. We have a challenge on water, we know it for the future. We have a challenge on electricity, but for me, just temporary, is not a long-term problem, but education is a long-term problem because we cannot change the country in one year, 10 years, even 25 years, because it's not easy to do it. Huh? We have to change the mindset of the teacher. We have to change the mindset of all the system. And for me, what is really key is how we can link, for example, France and South Africa to support you on the way we educate people in agriculture, okay? And one of the comments I will do, and we have this discussion on another seminar, is people have been very surprised that in France, the education concerning agriculture is not managed by the Ministry of Education, but it's managed by the Ministry of Agriculture in cooperation with education. Because it's really key to do it, because we need to have the people knowing the process, the technology, the new technology, to be also in charge of the education. What is really also very important, and we have seen that in all sectors, is that the education in South Africa is sometimes too much theoretical and not enough practical. And we need to have both. Huh? You will never be a good engineer if you cannot practice. You will never be a good farmer if you cannot practice. That means we have to work together. And thank you, Minister, to be there today. And it will be very interesting for me to have a discussion with, obviously, with you or with your team to see how we can organize things that you will discover how other countries are training the people. And this will be key for the emerging farmer. This will be key for the existing farmer. I mean, it was just a welcome speech, if I can say that, or words, but you have to understand that FSACI is really behind you, and we will do everything we can to try to
Thank you.
increase the power of women in agriculture, but also to be sure that people will have enough knowledge to be able to live from agriculture and not to live because they have subsidies. We need really to create a sustainable job because this is key for the country. And I'm sure with the cooperation we have, we will do it. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Gwenan, for those humbling words. Indeed, FSACI is behind Minister Togo Didiza as an individual that has been participating in FSACI programs, the commitment that FSACI has demonstrated, and for FSACI to be here today. And that's a demonstration that they want South African women to grow in agribusiness, African women to grow in agribusiness. But the critical thing is, you know, Dr. Gwenan, every time when we start our engagements, we start with education before we move to agriculture, because education is key so that women can actually thrive in their industries with the right technical partners, with the right information in terms of agribusinesses and taking their businesses to the next level. Without wasting my time, I'll also call now another strategic partner for the Circle of Global Business Women, a gentle giant as well in the sector of agribusiness. And we have worked with Dr. Jocelyn, and we've had several meetings with him at the French embassy. He's quite knowledgeable when it comes to agriculture issues. I still remember when I tried to present one program, it says, but Cindy, have you thought about 1, 2, 3? And just listen to the wisdom that is going to come from Dr. Jocelyn Merritt from, he is also a representative and the counselor for Agricultural Affairs and Department of Economic Affairs for Southern Africa. Thank you very much, Doc. I'm handing over to you. I know you'll just speak. You're a man of few words, and I know there is a caterpillar that is coming behind you that would really take us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. President. It's a real pleasure to be part of this seminar. Each time I collaborate with the Circle of Global Business Women, it's I am full of energy after that. Maybe it's because of you. Okay. So I've been in South Africa not for a long time, only for 6 months, but each time we talk about innovation, job, employment, the agricultural sector, the agriculture comes at the top. So it's part of the. It's a main issue in the life of South Africa. So I will leave the floor after just a few words to Severine, which is my partner in the bilateral cooperation we implement in South Africa. So it's through a bilateral institute, EFSAGRI. So she will talk about that to you. So it's not something one shot, it's sustainable cooperation because South African partners are part of it. So we focus the cooperation towards the historically disadvantaged communities, and especially inside these communities toward young people and women, because the best partner we have are women. It's a reality. So so let's do partnerships with them, and also because these communities are facing many challenges, such as food insecurity. South Africa is a developed country, but there are people who are facing food insecurity, and because of that, because of all of these challenges, these young people, these women are facing. The solutions that appear from them are very powerful, and they could be interesting for as well the private sector. And as it was said already by Yves Guénon, the education and the training are key points to address all the issues in the sector of agriculture. So that's why EFSAGRI, the French South African Agricultural Institute, is focusing its actions on education and training. And the last thing is that agricultural issues are not only the concern of large-scale farms, it's the concern of all the farms, because if there is a disease occurring in a small-scale farm, it can contaminate all the territory. So it's something concerning everybody. So large scale, small scale, and the aim of our action is to make the small scale farms growing up and then becoming sustainable business, and again towards primarily towards young people to give them a sustainable employment, and toward women because they are our best partners in the communities. So that's it for me, and I will let Severine continue and to present, to share with you the objective and the action of the EFSAGRI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. That was so mouthful, and also this articulation of our bilaterals between South Africa and France, and hence we're here in this platform today, and the Circle of Global Business Women is part and parcel of those bilaterals, and we're humbled and honored as well to see women coming up and taking their rightful positions in what we call our exchange programs and the programs that the French embassy has actually given to our members. Some of the members, they went to GIBS and they did the training in GIBS. And also now we're looking forward to the next level of our relationship, where we'll be looking at capacity building for women in agribusiness, but also looking at other initiatives that are coming, as what Dr. Gwenon has said. So we're taking it step by step. And also I'm looking forward to the trip to France and sell, African women and also the women in agripreneurs, but also other women that are doing amazing things in their sectors. And I think it's very important as well, so that we acknowledge them. But the critical one at the moment, my sister Severin, will be women in agribusiness. And because we have showed that commitment, we're supporting Minister Togo Didiza and our collaboration in terms of our bilaterals that has come up with a powerful program that the minister would champion, and the French embassy will champion, and us as women will benefit from that program. Thank you very much, Sevi. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I will have a few words about what the EFSAGRI is. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, my dearest sister.
Thank you so much. So, the thing is that. I will have a few words about what EFSAGRI is about. The problem is I can't show it. Okay, well. So I will just have a few words about what EFSAGRI is about. These slides were prepared by Prof. Maiwache, who is the director of EFSAGRI, and myself. So EFSAGRI is the French South African Agricultural Institute. It was based on the concept note, which acknowledge that the number of universities in South Africa that have the full capability with regards to training in agriculture is very limited. And in this country, you have a huge gap between the advanced universities and the less advanced one. And this gap is in terms of staff skills, and also equipment and infrastructures. So that's why EFSAGRI was made. And the result of this gap is that there's a limited availability of highly skilled people that will help to drive the development of the agricultural sector, and especially in the rural areas such as Limpopo and Eastern Cape and so on. So that's why the EFSAGRI was created. And our objective is to face these challenges in order to foster the development of the agricultural sector, especially in rural areas. So the EFSAGRI aims at creating an environment that will support and encourage high standards of academic endeavor, with high throughput rates, with regard to graduation and creation of new knowledge through research outputs. And the objective is to turn these research outputs into innovative projects that will contribute to the economic development of rural areas and rural communities as well. So at the moment, since the beginning of the institute 5 years ago, the institute has been focusing on 3 historically disadvantaged universities. So Limpopo and Venda in the Limpopo province, and the University of Fort Hare. But now we are also including Tibet, and maybe also we will look at other universities. But basically, we work with historically disadvantaged universities in rural communities. So you can see that we are based in 2 really rural provinces, and that give us a vast opportunity for rural development through agriculture and related industries. What is important is that it's an institute, as Jocelyn said. It's not a project. We have no deadline. So EFSAGRI is there to stay as long as our key partner tap in the process and in the institute. You can see we have the Department of Science and Education and Innovation, and the Department of Agriculture, and the counterpart is the French Ministry for Agriculture, which is in charge of education in agriculture in France. What is important is that our activities are around 3 pillars. The 3 pillars were designed by the universities. It's about education, the development of curriculum from bachelor to PhD. Now that we work with TVETs, that means we also intend to develop curricula from grade 12 to PhD level. And to have this curriculum delivered, we need also to develop the the skill of lecturers. The second pillar is about research and technical upgrading of facilities and equipment. It's about also training lab staff in order to develop bilateral research programs. And the third pillar is about community engagement. So it's about transferring knowledge to rural communities through training, through apps, through what. And it's also about supporting entrepreneurship and innovation. What is important is that we have these activities, but as it was highlighted, the main thing is to capacitate people. So it's about education. If EFSAGRI wants to be sustainable, it's because we want our activities to be sustainable. If we want really to change things, we have first to base that on human capital as capacity building, so that we will have people that are able to deliver education and training that will then turn into research and innovation that will foster the economic development of the communities. So that's what EFSAGRI is about. Just to highlight, to illustrate what we have done so far, I just want to give you some achievements and present you some of the sisters we have supported so far. The first one is Precious. Precious, you see, she's not only a woman, she's very young. She was an honors student at the University of Venda, specialized in food science. And currently she's in France because she's doing her master degree at Agribusiness Dijon on microbiology and physical chemistry for food and wine processes. Since she comes from Venda, she went to France with her areas of interest, which one is protein of insects that could be included in food in order to increase the protein rate in food for infants. And she's also interested in fourth industrial revolution in agriculture. The support that she has received so far is first the scholarship for a full master in France. So she will spend 2 years in France. And the support for the way forward, because she wants to go on with a PhD between both countries. Then we will help her find the relevant partner, find the relevant project, and the scholarship. Second sister is Gloria, Dr. Gloria Otunola. She's researcher at the University of Fort Hare at the Medicinal Plant and Economic Development Department. Her specialty is about biochemistry, and it's about food and nutritional biochemistry. And she has a particular interest in moringa. And in adding moringa in food in order to prevent deficiencies in provitamin A for infants. So the support that she has received so far from EFSAGRI is first that she was involved in a bilateral research project about moringa added food for infants. So this project lasted for 2 years. And so for 2 years, she was exposed to the French research scheme. And she also went to France for 3 weeks in order to exchange about her research. She received funds for equipping her laboratory. And finally, in 2019, she applied for our Innovation Prize contest. It was the first thing. And she was awarded an incubation program that lasted 9 months and helped her turn her idea into a sustainable business so that she can produce this food for infants. Last sister, and I should say last sisters, because it's a cooperative that we have supported, a cooperative of 6 women that is based in Mokopane, so in the Limpopo province. They have a farm that has been existing for so it's 17 years, and now it's consisting of something like 400 hectares. Not only they intended to create their own business, but they also want to have an impact at local level by creating opportunities of employment, by accommodating unemployed graduates who need practical exposure in order to increase their employability, and by creating a cooperative for storing and selling food products. So the support they have received is a grant to erect a greenhouse in order to be able to produce their own seeds. And from the moment they received the grant, they also received support so that if they have a problem just to set up their cooperative or something more technical, they can ask and we can try to find a solution for them. So that's what the example. Maybe some of you may ask themselves how EFSAGRI can benefit to them. So I have an opportunity for you. We have the Agitech Innovation Challenge. So it's a challenge that now we will have every year. And this year is the third contest. We have a lot of support from DSI, from the French Ministry for Agriculture, French Embassy, from Saki, thank you so much. And now we have a new partner, which is the World Bank, that brings also corporates. So we will have an Agitech Innovation Challenge, and people that will apply and be successful will be awarded grants, but also will enter a monitoring and a mentorship program in order to help them to turn the ideas into a successful business. So the launch is tomorrow. Here you have the schedule. Tomorrow is the launch for the call for application. On next week, there will be a webinar that will involve the World Bank, the French Embassy, DSI, Department of Agriculture, and so on. The application should be submitted before mid-October, and it's at the end of November that there will be the Agitech Innovation Challenge Day. Here you have information. I think if you want to follow the event and be updated, just find EFSAGRI LinkedIn page and you will have regular updates about the event. And that's all. So please subscribe to this page, and please don't hesitate, and if you have a project, apply. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. This is absolutely fabulous. This is absolutely amazing. This is what we're talking when we're talking about strategic partnerships and collaboration, my dearest sister Severin, because what you did is you took us through on the work that you have done on the ground. I mean, if you look at the doctor that is actually focusing on moringa, moringa is one of those projects in the agriculture sector that is a project that can mitigate climate change.
Yeah,
in the value chain. And we do have a president for Moringa South Africa will be sitting in this platform today presenting about her project and how far has she gone, and also the support that she has received from the South African government. And thank you very much with this amazing, 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 amazing work. Amazing, amazing work. What I liked about your presentation, you started talking about human capital, which is capacity building, because you first need to work in this individual. You know, you've got people that demonstrate, they talk a lot, my dearest sister, but when it comes to action, they can't do anything. But what they do is talk too much. But here, when you talk about capacity building, you work on those people that talk too much to be action orientated and go and work in the field and come up with a strategy of how they're going to take their businesses, their organizations in the agribusiness to the next level. Because agriculture, it's not a sector where you talk too much. You are actually in the fields day in, day out. So you don't have time to talk. But what you talk to your fields on the ground, making sure that your produce is going to be the best produce. And also research and innovation. Research and innovation, it becomes very important because the research and innovation, what it does, it takes you to the next level. It catapults the entrepreneurs to actually take their products to global markets, to continental markets, because they're tried and tested. So now we've got consumers that they can actually use those products. But if you don't have that, it becomes a problem, because we need to actually always, because of climate change and things are changing. So it's very important our R&D to be very strong. Education is what Dr. Gannon always emphasizes. I can't emphasize it more, because it's very important, because we need to have women that are educated in the agribusiness sector, in particular their sectors. If somebody's in the piggery, she must understand the ins and outs of the piggery sector. If somebody's in the wine industry, they must understand the ins and outs of the wine industry. If somebody is in the moringa sector, they must understand the ins and outs of the moringa sector. So education is very important. Above all, human capital, which is investing in human capital. There's something called investing in livelihoods in rural areas. This is basically what we have actually demonstrated, because when you invest in a livelihood in a rural setup, because rural areas are key drivers of agriculture in the continent. I mean, if you look at the other parts of South Africa, vast majority of areas, in rural areas, we've got women that are ready to go and tilt their lands. But what is needed for them is to actually come up with a clearly defined capacity building program. But what I liked, which is really impressive about the South African government, they could not look only on what they can do, but the South African government started dispatching lands for women to go and be productive in those lands. So I would like to give a clap of a hand to our Honorable Minister Togo Didiza, because that's where it starts. That's where ownership starts, and then the rest would follow. With those words, I'd like to say thank you very much, and also for the innovation program that you've just displayed and the competition. I'd like to encourage women today to participate in this powerful program, because this is where it matters most. In particular, the members for the Circle of Global Business Women. There is an opportunity, it's given to you. I want to show President Thandi from South Africa. I want to see women that are going to participate in this initiative from the Circle of Global Business Women. Obviously, we'll share it with other women formations, but from the Circle, I want to see who's going to participate in this program, because they're the beneficiaries in terms of the MOU that we've signed with EFSAGI, that we've signed in the relationship with you, my sister Severine. And thank you very much for this powerful, amazing, and looking forward to the webinar as well, where we'll be actually looking at the way forward. Wow, a clap hands for the World Bank for coming on board and making sure that we'll be able to come up with these powerful sessions and take women in agribusiness to the next level with the right information, with the right understanding, with the right knowledge in their hands. We are humbled and honored with this relationship. And I'm sure you can see we are action orientated at Circle of Global Business Women. We don't just speak, just look at what Severine has presented to us. This is all about action. And we are really humbled as well to have such partnerships because, you know, I've learned a lot with COVID and there's certain things that COVID has done, Sister Severin. COVID has actually taught us collaboration is very important. Private sector, civil society, government must come together. This is the demonstration today that we're showcasing the Department of Agriculture in South Africa, the African Union Development Agency, NEBAT in Africa, the private sector, which is the French South African Chamber of Commerce, which is Business France, which is Amina International, coming on board to assist women on the ground to take their rightful position. And I want women to show up. This is the right time. Women rise in the agribusiness sector, rise. These are the opportunities right in front of you. Take those opportunities and run head on with them. Thank you very much with a powerful presentation by our sister, who's a partner from our French Association and the French Agricultural Institution, and who is affiliated to the Limpopo University in Venda. Hello, Venda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, my dear sister. I'm looking forward to the partnership. And thank you for being the pillar for our strength at the circle. You know, every time when I don't understand anything in the agriculture sector, you know, you're a phone call away. I just call you and send you a WhatsApp. And please, can you explain this to me? What does this thing mean? And then you're always there to reach out. Thank you so much. Now, we have our moment, the moment that we've been waiting for. We have our mother, Minister Togo Didiza. Before she comes on the floor, she's one person that doesn't want to be introduced, but I just want to highlight. The programs and also the relationship that the minister has actually had with young women, with women on grassroots. And if I can tell you, the minister has been working with the civil society before she was even appointed in government. She knows the people on the ground. She has assisted women on the ground. I mean, if you look at the Young Women Christian Association, the minister is coming from those structures. And then she was appointed as a member of parliament. And then after being appointed as a member of parliament, she was appointed as a minister of agriculture. Then she went to be minister of public works, and today she's back again as the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, still thriving. What really impressed me about the minister when I attended the Female Farmer of the Year in the Western Cape, I was a guest. The minister spoke extensively about the role of women in agribusiness, not only in agribusiness, but in the value chain, in the transportation, and even looking at the Wi-Fi's, looking at coming up with pack houses. This is where women must take their rightful position. Without wasting my time, sorry about that. Without wasting my time, I'd like to actually call the minister to come and actually address us. Thank you very much, Minister. The floor is yours.
Coming.
Thank you. You are audible, Minister. While the minister is preparing to come live, she's a mother. We're really humbled and honored to have her today. And also looking forward to the presentation that the minister is going to actually give us, and looking forward to the partnership with the department and also the chief director. If I can explain, the department has actually done a lot of work in terms of women empowerment in the country, and also looking at women in the agribusiness sector. Thank you very much. Minister, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Cindy. I thought I was going to come in at about 11:15. I didn't know that I was going to come in this early, but nonetheless, thank you very much, and I appreciate that. It's important for me to firstly tender my apology that I would speak and I will have to step off the platform because of other engagements, which I'm sure the team had been able to share with you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director, representatives of NEPAD present, representative of the French Embassy, French South Africa Chamber of Commerce, the MTN Foundation, members of the Global Business Women, AFASA Women's Desk, farmers organizations present, ladies and gentlemen. Today we mark the end of the Women's Month in our country. This, however, does not mean our focus on gender equality and women's empowerment has come to an end. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact on the economy and our social life here at home and abroad. The impact of these disruptions has seen more people losing their jobs and a number of economic sectors being negatively impacted upon and others closing down. As we all know, in order to contain the spread of the virus, a majority of countries imposed lockdown in order to track and trace as well as treat. Interestingly, from the beginning, our country's lockdown regulations identified agriculture as an essential sector that remained open in order to ensure food security for the nation. The measures were critical in ensuring that the sector continues to operate. Be that as it may, it's important for us to appreciate that the agricultural sector and agribusiness sector, as much as provides food security as well as fiber that our nation needs, it's also an important sector of the economy that actually derives much more revenue that is required through exports. We'll also know that in the facilities such as hotels and the hospitality industry rely on the agricultural sector in order to feed their guests. Similarly, the restaurant industry is the same. So though there might not have been much impact, but with the closures of the restaurant sector as well as the hospitality industry, we actually felt the impact as this sector. It is therefore important that when we look at how we're going to recover and build back better, we need to look at what needs to be done and be able to ensure that the way our sector needs to operate must actually take into the consideration and factor that the virus might be with us for a long time. It might be necessary for me as the Minister of Agriculture to elaborate a little bit, what did we do immediately when COVID intervened? We actually had a facility to assist producers who actually earn 20,000 to about R1 million in terms of their enterprises. This was necessary to make sure that we do not lose more producers, a majority of whom who operate at this level are women. We also had to make sure that as we retain those enterprises, we're also able to retain jobs. One of the issues that is hardly spoken about is the contribution of the agricultural sector and agribusiness in job creation. It's one of those sectors that is able to absorb a number of people into employment. If one looks at what happened during the announcement by the president of the economic reconstruction and recovery, food security was one of those elements. And one of the issues around the presidential employment stimulus initiative was how do we retain even the smallest producers in the sector so that they don't lose their capacity to produce, particularly at a household level. I just want to say that through that intervention, about 54,000 people were supported through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, which really covered anyone who's producing at a size of a football soccer field, which is really a hectare. But also, apart from these interventions, you also had the Solidarity Fund, who identified that apart from food parcels, it was necessary to assist producers in communal areas in particular to be able to produce for their livelihood. And again, we're able to cover a number of these women. Why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning it because it's important that when we look at the agricultural sector and agribusiness, we actually identify the role that is played by even our smallest producers in making sure that we contain household food security. The discussions we're having today has come at an important time locally and internationally. A number of member countries of the United Nations have been having national dialogues on how to strengthen our food systems. These preparations seek to influence the upcoming UN Food Summit, which will be held in September. We've actually held a pre-summit that was hosted by the Food and Agriculture Organization in Rome, where again, we're looking at the state of preparedness of a number of countries. Interestingly, I must say, the Director General of the United Nations had actually thought it important to convene this food summit in order to look at ways on how the food systems in our countries can be leveraged to fast track other sustainable development goals. A majority of us may ask why. Actually, there's a lot of interlinkages between food systems and a number of those development goals. If you talk about gender equality, food producing and particularly the role that women play become even more evident. And therefore, when you look at equality and how you can empower women in the subsectors of the economy, the food system is one of those where women can participate and actually grow. In our own country, we've held about 12 dialogues, with 2 specifically convened for women and youth. We did this deliberately because we thought it is important to have a dialogue with these 2 sectors so that we can hear what they think ought to be done in strengthening the food system from their own perspective and their vantage point. It is important that the dialogues were about reflecting on how, as a country, we can strengthen our food system. This work goes beyond the summit, but it's about what a country, at a country level, we need to do. I must say that one of the important and interesting elements of the food systems summit preparation, it's where we've been able to draw on coalitions between countries and between groupings on how they can work in partnership together to actually produce and strengthen a good food systems for our countries and globally. During these dialogues at a country level, there are certain critical issues that emerged. One was how we can leverage on private partnership, public partnership, rather, in order to strengthen our food systems. How can we strengthen and support women and youth participation as the core element for strengthening our food systems, both as producers as well as agribusiness entrepreneurs? We also looked at the role of research, innovation, and technology. As we've seen just now, we are now talking online as opposed to physically meeting as we would have done in the past. So the issue of innovation and technology in agriculture is very important in order to improve our capability to be able to produce. For instance, where testing of goods and looking at whether compliance for one country's need or other happens, you can now actually do that electronically as opposed to physically sending your experts to that country to check whether the residue of this and that is actually what it should be. So the role of innovation and technology has become even more important. Fourthly, part of our dialogues identified the issue of climate smart agriculture in response to climate change. Only last week in our country, one part had rain and the other had snow in August. Who would have thought? That's just an indication of how climate change is going to be part and parcel of our system. And therefore, as an agriculture and agribusiness sector, we need to ask ourselves, how do we become resilient and continue to produce even with the challenges of climate change? It is important to note that presently our focus as a department will straddle actually between primary agriculture and agribusinesses. The issues of land and water access are still critical for primary producers. In addition, the issue of finance, market access, and market information will impact both producers and agro-entrepreneurs. The agri-entrepreneurs platform is also much bigger than many can imagine. It includes agro-dealers, it includes agricultural contractors, particularly if you look at the sugar industry. It includes processors, manufacturers, as well as the agro-logistics space. What then has been done by government so far? Though we appreciate that government is not only one player in this industry, there are many other players. But from the public sector side, at a policy level, the government has developed a land beneficiary and selection policy, which seeks to address women and youth access to land. The policy dictates that 50% of land allocation should go to women, while 40% goes to youth and 6% to people with disabilities. The Department of Water and Sanitation has also started reforming their water rights regime in support of farmers, both smallholder and large farms. Engaging with the Department of Trade and Industry, we've also looked at how we work together with our colleagues in that sector to look at how we cushion and support those who are already in the tertiary agricultural space in agro-processing and others to be able to get necessary support. On financing, again, the struggle between producers and agro-entrepreneurs with both grants and loans.
Minister, you are on mute. Minister?
Hello?
Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I think I was muted by your tech people on your side because I have not touched my gadget, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
We have also launched the Agricultural Industrial Fund with IDC. And this is really a combination of grant from the side of government and loan financing from IDC. As you know, the Minister of Finance in February announced 7 billion for the MTF period to recapitalize the land bank, which is an important instrument that is still required in our sector to support agricultural enterprises, be they producers or processors. We're working with commercial finance institutions to have a blended finance product. This product will include contributions of grant from government and the loan financing from the private sector.
Yeah.
We think it is important to highlight the availability of such instruments, particularly for agri-enterprises such as yourselves. The department has also got an Agri-BEE fund. This fund looks at how we can support cooperatives in agriculture, but also individual entrepreneurs, particularly at an agribusiness level. We've also developed an agri-enterprise program for women. And we will be working with the UN and Food and Agricultural Organization, our local office, to really look at how best we can support women in agricultural enterprises. Because at the moment, our support has been largely on producers. I'm not saying that is enough. We still have to do more there. But for those who want to graduate to tertiary level of agriculture need targeted support. And this is what we will be working on, and sooner we'll be announcing what elements will it include. But we want to start with a pilot of about 100 women and see through them how much we can actually give targeted support to agricultural enterprises. Chairperson, I wish you and your participants a really interesting conference today as we close the Women's Month. But remember, we are not closing the debate on gender equality and women's empowerment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, our dearest mother. You have really made our day, because at the circle, you're our mother. And we're really humbled and honored to have you and hand-holding us in the agriculture sector. I mean, I know you are not going to say this, but I'm going to say it on your behalf. We do have women that have gone through the government programs that are now commercial in agriculture. For example, Mamu Ana Posa, the Female Farmer of the Year, supported by the South African government, came through from your hands. We have Usisilianda Sondiyazi, who is also a Female Farmer of the Year, and who's also a member, both they are members at the Circle of Global Business Women. We have our dearest sister, Usisindutu, the chairperson of AFASA Women, who's also sitting on your advisory panel. You are hand-holding these women, and you have shown that it is possible. It is possible. You lift as you climb. You're not leaving us, but you are taking us with you. And also thank you for the 100 Women project and the initiative that the department is launching. And we are coming to you with our partners, the French South African Chamber of Commerce, the French Embassy, to see how do we add value in this powerful initiative that the department is doing, because we believe in collaboration. We believe in radical impact. The 100 women, we want to showcase them, Mama, in the world. The 100 women, we want to showcase them in the continent so that they leave a legacy behind of women in the agriculture sector. Thank you very much for honoring us. You will always be our mother, and I know I'm always going to be your daughter, and I'm humbled again to have you in our midst. Farewell and all of the best with the next of the meetings that you're going to have. We put you first, knowing that you've got commitments that are coming up so that you can be released and go and attend. As what Dr. Yves Gwenon has said, he has already raised his hand, Mama, to say that they would want to come and meet you. So we'll be facilitating that meeting to look at the capacity of the 100 women and see how do we add value as the Circle of Global Business Women and our French partners. Thank you very much for the powerful message and launching the 100 women. I'm so excited. This is really the end result and the outcome of this agribusiness webinar. Thank you very much, Ma. God bless you. Farewell.
Thank you very much to you.
Thank you. Now I am coming to our dearest sister, a gentle giant in the African continent, who's been working with women on the ground. Now we've heard what the minister has said, because we are starting in South Africa. Now we're going to the continent. So now our dearest sister, Madame Esterine Linge Patobong, will actually take us through what the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, is actually focusing on in empowering women in agribusiness. And also we do have somebody as well in this midst, Madame Esterine Sisintutu, who's a beneficiary of this program as well in CADAV. So we are really focusing on integration. So we didn't want to actually come up with a webinar that speaks to women only, but we looked at what has been done on the ground. How do we actually elevate it to the next level? Here, look at the powerful announcement that the minister has done of the 100 Women in Agribusiness, which is an incubation program that will elevate women in agribusiness and take their rightful position, looking at our partners that we're going to bring on board from France and the French South African Chamber of Commerce. I hand over to you, my dearest sister, so that you can take us through. And thank you so much as well for being our strategic partner in this initiative. We're humbled and honored to have you in our midst as the Circle of Global Business Women. Thank you, Madame Esterine.
Thank you so much, my dear sister Cindy. And really, I would have really loved to say this before the minister left, just to add my voice to what you said in my appreciation of her leadership. I think our dear sister minister Didiza is actually doing a brilliant job in steering the continent towards the African participation in the UN Food Summit that is coming up. So I just wanted to say that up front before I came to you. Cindy, frankly, I am so glad to be here today with everyone. Your passion, your energy is just contagious. And we need it. We need this kind of force. And that said, let me do the formal thing and talk again. Thank you really for inviting AUD and NEPAD to this very important agribusiness meeting on achieving an equal future in COVID-19. As I said, recognizing your energy, your passion for calling this very important meeting. Recognize the strong leadership of the minister and the brilliant intervention that she just gave. Recognize the partners of the the global business women, in particular the French South African Chamber of Commerce. I think it's Dr. Yves Gounon. The excellent presentation that was made by Dr. Jolene Melot of the French, and all the strategic partners, and all the sisters here present. I want to recognize you, and let me just say all protocol observed, because if I want to call the list, I might leave out some people, but I want to just say we appreciate all of you who are participating in this important seminar today. It is really a great pleasure for me, as well as for AUD and NEPAD. I'm making this, being here, the CEO of NEPAD, Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, knows I'm here. We are actually having a very important senior management retreat meeting right now, but I told him, sorry, I have to skip this because I have to be at this important seminar that you have called, Cindy. The Circle of Global Business Women, this cannot be more timely, calling this meeting today. We are, at the end of the Women Month, celebrating 65 years since that watershed 1956 Women's March to the Union Building. And again, we are celebrating 26th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, which created a platform for greater gender equality. And of course, you mentioned Mama Charlotte Matrike and her leadership. I'm citing all of these, reminding us we are having this seminar at the end of the celebrations of the Women's Month, to remind us of the leadership and the fact that we need to take action. We have to take responsibility for actions that concerns the well-being and empowerment of women. Those women had the courage 65 years ago to march, to come together and march as a collective to make their voice heard. And I think the Circle of Global Business Women is creating that platform where we can have collective voice to be able to make greater impact. So I really want to thank the Circle of Global Women, Business Women, and you, Cindy, of pulling this together. Now, coming back to AUD and NEPAD, I'm glad to see many of the sisters that have participated in AUDA programs here today. But for those who do not know the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, I will just quickly say this is the development agency of the continent with a mandate to coordinate and support the execution of regional and continental programs to promote regional integration, to strengthen the capacity of AU member states and regional bodies to advance knowledge-based advisory services, to undertake full range of resource mobilization, and to serve as the continent's technical interface with Africa's development stakeholders and development partners. Of course, when we talk about Africa's development partners and stakeholders and beneficiaries, the first in line really have to be women, because we know that women constitute 52% of the of our population. So in every respect, we are a strong force, and that force needs to be supported. So for the African Union, gender is one priority area for the Union. And the African Union has placed emphasis on women in its realizing that the critical role women play in the African agenda, specifically on agriculture and agribusiness. We have heard of African Union Agenda 2063, which is the 50-year development and transformation vision of the continent. And this Agenda 2063 recognizes women empowerment and development towards Africa's transformation as key. It is clearly stated within the Agenda 2063 vision. In addition to that, the Union has a gender equality and women empowerment strategy that guides the streamlining of gender into programs and projects. In dealing with agribusiness, it is very important to highlight the Malabo Declaration and commitment to halving poverty by the year 2025 through inclusive agricultural growth and transformation. Here, the decision was specific on supporting.
Any other information that is related to those?
486031, please mute.
Thank you.
Apologies, madam.
Thank you. In supporting and facilitating preferential entry and participation for women and youth in gainful and attractive business opportunities. To this end, the AUD and NEPAD has implemented the gender program and the first phase of the Gender Climate Change and Agricultural Support Program that we generally call GCAPS. The main aim of this program is to ensure the empowerment of women in the participation of the agribusiness space and in building their capacities for adaptation to support agricultural production and productivity. We have other programs like the Grow African program that encourages partnership, private sector engagement, and promoting, the growing of women farmers businesses into small size, medium enterprises. We also have a program that specifically look at empowering and training or providing vocational training to rural youth and women. So if you will just allow me, and I know many of you have participated in the GCAPS program, to just state a little bit, as Cindy, you requested, that we as the NEPAD believe that for Africa to achieve its full potential in agriculture and development, women must be supported, encouraged, and empowered through favorable policies, platform, and various mechanisms. We do not shy from saying government policies have to show positive discrimination towards women to encourage and empower women participation in agriculture and in the agribusiness space. We all know, as the minister stated earlier, and Cindy, you also stated, we all know that women play a big role in agriculture, more so in agribusiness. Statistics show that women are responsible for up to 80% of food production, 60% of the harvesting, 80% of food storage and transport from fields to villages, and 100% of the processing of basic foodstuff that feeds our household, and 60% of marketing activities. This statistics tells us that our continent cannot transform without actively empowering our women to participate wholly in the agribusiness sectors. However, given all of these things that women do, women farmers are faced with a lot of challenges still. Not only climate change, but all the things that the minister already mentioned, which I will not repeat, including, of course, the issues of lack of land, finance, market, technologies, extension services, the burden of work that they face, being mothers taking care of the household, but also having to work the fields. The GCAP program, therefore, was designed to facilitate the implementation of this regional and country-level interventions to empower rural women, in particular smallholder farmers, to enhance their resilience so that they can better cope with the potential adverse impacts to climate change and variability, as well as enhance women economic empowerment and participation in the agricultural sector. Cindy, you mentioned, of course, we are talking a lot about South Africa today, but AUDA as a continental body works in the 54 African member states. And the GCAP program focused on 5 countries, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Malawi, Niger, and Rwanda, with very successful and impactful results on the ground. These are for the concrete activities, but we also had the regional activities that were undertaken through, of course, the Women Agribusiness Forum that we run under this program. Capacity building has been done through prioritized training per country, and we have conducted training to women cooperatives, training of trainers, of women leaders who will go back and train the women farmers in their group or businesses in their association. The training have included areas on leadership, bookkeeping, group dynamics, entrepreneurship, marketing, processing technique, and value addition, savings and credit, networking, etc. Some countries have also developed training modules and illustrative handbooks in their own local languages to assist rural women understand various concepts in agriculture and agribusiness. One of the things we are conscious about is to be very inclusive. So the conversations that we are having will not only stay with the women who are educated, the women who are in the capitals, but reach out to the women in the rural areas because the needs are very much there. So the conference on agribusiness that I spoke of, as I said, we also have done projects on climate smart agriculture, technologies and practices, and this included issues like compost making, tree planting, processing of food, preservation of food through dryers, hermetic storage and cooling rooms, refrigerators and greenhouse drip irrigation system, and so on and so forth. NEPAD, through this program, have provided some seed funding to support these kinds of investments by women businesses on the ground and women associations on the ground.
Yeah.
The GCAP program, we have also conducted physical conferences collaborating with the government of South Africa. As I mentioned, the Women in Agribusiness Forum is a flagship of NEPAD, where we have collaborated with the South African government. And the last 4 years, we have organized in Durban with collaboration with Durban municipality and the South African government to host this conference that have brought women across the African continent to participate. The conference actually focuses on 4 main areas. So we do the policy discussions that discuss the policy issues that are impacting on women in agribusiness and issues that we want to see policy changes. Then we do training on issues that the women have identified as important to them. And then we have an exhibition space where women bring their processed goods to show to others and learn from others. And I have to say, in the last 4 years that we have been doing this program, we have seen significant improvements in the produce that women have demonstrated or exhibited during the forum. We have seen significant in packaging. These are things that they have learned in the training sessions, and they have applied them. They've applied this knowledge to their businesses, and we have seen a lot of growth. Lastly, we have designed what we call the catalog for women in agribusiness, women entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
And it's all of you that we want to showcase. We have put out the second edition where we have showcased women doing interesting things on the ground. And I really want to salute you, all of you African women doing this small and business industry, not being discouraged, continue to put this effort. We want to use the catalog to profile you, to make available your information so that you can have investors, potential investors contact you, funders, partners, mentors, policymakers know of the work that you're doing. And I am really pleased to report here that last week or 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting with some investors, South Beach Investors Fame, where they are putting a fund to support women in agribusiness, small businesses. And we presented the catalog, and they're going to use the catalog to contact women in the catalog to support and work with them in program, in developing bankable projects that they can support for their businesses. So this is something that we will take on with you. Cindy, with your group, we will want to work with you so that we support and these kinds of initiative. We use this catalog to make available information on women to investors.
Wow.
Now, coming back to some of the areas, the question is, in the post-COVID era, well, we are still living in COVID, but we are also looking at post-COVID era. How can we achieve equal future for our women? We have seen really the COVID period has demonstrated and exacerbated the inequalities that exist in our society. We have seen that we don't have equal treatment in terms of gender issues. Women still face a lot of inequalities in all fields that they are, and in particular in the agricultural and agribusiness sector that we are talking about today. So as we engage on AUD and NEPAD, we want to see policy reforms. And I'm really pleased to hear the things that the minister is saying. And really Cindy and the we think we can partner, because when you rally women, we can be a force to bring pressure to bear on national governments to put in place policies and programs that are adequately resourced to support strategic investment for women. I think we have gone past the time of just talking. Now we want action, because it's only through actions that we can reduce the gaps that are there in financing, in technology, in information, in access to input, and all these other things. Because if we empower women, then of course, we can improve the GDP growth of our countries, we can create jobs, and we can have a society that is resilient. We want to also see customized solutions. As I spoke earlier, we are not ashamed to say we want to see positive discrimination towards women. So those policies have to reduce barriers to markets through embracing science, innovation, and technology. I think Dr. Jocelyn spoke a lot about education. We fully embrace that. And we want to see innovation and technology bring to women businesses. We want to see, create spaces for government and partners to also work with women and agripreneurs, help them to organize themselves into cooperatives and networks to advocate for social justice and participate in policy formulation. I think most of us will be aware of the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is an opportunity that has been put by the African Union, but we don't want to see, the participation in this, new trading configuration dominated by men or big businesses or foreign companies. We want to see women businesses, women in agribusinesses participating in the Continental Free Trade Area. So through these platforms, we will be able to, bring the kinds of skills and partnership that will guarantee access to women businesses. We have as AUD and NEPAD, we have the Grow Africa program. This program have what we call the CAPEF framework, which is really targeted to support partnerships with the private sector. And we think that at AUD and NEPAD, in our programming for 2022 and beyond, we want to engage more with women agribusinesses so that they are active participants in the CAPEF national platforms for investment and resource mobilization. Lastly, let me just speak to my sisters here and beyond this conference. As I said earlier, we are celebrating the Women Month. This is the end of the month, but as Minister said, we are not going to pack the issue of women empowerment and then bring it out again next year or when there's another celebration.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The work that we do and this what you have done, bringing together the circle of women in business, is an important step forward, because we will use this collaboration and this partnership to make sure that we look at upskilling women capacity, give the kinds of skills that women will need to produce quality financing, proposal for financing, because we need to have that if we need to have potential investors. So we need to support this kind of activities. We need to support women and services. So we need to ensure that women should also make use of the services that are provided by the government and the private sector entities aim at supporting women businesses. Such seminars bring to bear such information, because if you don't have information, you don't know that the services are available. So I'm really happy with the kind of participants, Cindy, that you invited today, because we heard from the Chamber of Commerce, we heard from Jocelyn on the training program, we heard from the ministers of the different programs that are in need there, and we are hearing from NEPAD on the different programs that NEPAD have. So information is critical. We need to share this information and bring it to the knowledge of women and women groups so that they can benefit from them. We also need to embrace innovation. As we are talking today using this platform, as the minister said, we would have loved to be physical, and which we always want to. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet physically with all of you again. But we need to empower women to digitalize their businesses. We start with baby steps, but we have to do that, because today's world, you will have greater outreach if we have all these digital marketing tools to support the work that we do. Of course, including issues like social media, radio and TV, website, mobile platforms, and so on. So my dear sisters, lastly, we talked about mentorship and exchange programs. AUDA in our programming will continue, and we will look forward to engaging with you and your group for this mentorship program and the exchange programs. We are hoping to be able to carry some women businesses to other regions and countries to see what others are doing, to help motivate them to learn and to see how they can use this knowledge to build their own businesses. So in conclusion, really key moving forward to ensure that we have an equal field for women to participate in agribusiness. We need those policy reforms, we need investments, we need capacity building with a focus on education and training, research and innovation, and we need partnerships like the one that you have pulled together today for this important meeting to drive the transformation that we seek in agriculture and agribusiness for job creation, employment, innovation, and poverty reduction, and more importantly, to build a more resilient society that doesn't leave anyone behind. So once again, in conclusion, Let me thank the Circle of Global Business Women for inviting AUD and NEPAD to this seminar, and we look forward to partnering with you to ensure that we take the critical measures that is needed for action. Now I can only say we want action, 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 and together we can. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Wow, Madam Estherine, indeed, together we can, one Africa, one voice. And this is the message that I'm hearing from you. And I'm so excited because you articulated powerful programs. You're talking about capacity building, you're talking about networks, you're talking about investing in women and policy reforms, because I always say to people, I don't talk about women empowerment, but I talk about women inclusion. When you include somebody, you reform, you change policies so that that person becomes part and parcel of that program. This is what you've articulated today. Women inclusion in the agriculture sector, women inclusion in the agribusiness, but that is not going to happen alone. We need to actually look at policy reforms. How do we fast track? How do we accelerate? For example, the minister, he came up with a powerful program of the 100 Women Incubation Program. This is the outcome of today's meeting. And I'm listening to you right now. The catalog that you have, and now the Circle of Global Business Women will benefit to make sure that they showcase their work as well in the catalog. Not only that, you have actually expressed the strategic partnership with the Circle so that women can benefit from exchange programs. This is what we talk about when we're talking about collaborative. Kate, please mute. This is what we're talking about when you're talking about collaborative efforts in the industry itself, which is powerful. The two things I'm really says that I can actually take from you, which is very important. It's Women's Month every year and every day. It's not in Women's Month only in August. With us as the Circle of Global Business Women, we are action orientated, and hence you see the demonstration of the strategic people that are in the program, so that we'll be able to actually go and implement, because the articulation of the minister, 100 women incubation, yes, we are there. We will start working on the ground to source these women. And how do we participate in the sector? The role of the French South African Chamber of Commerce, the role of Agribusiness, how do they come on board for capacity building in terms of the bilaterals that South Africa and France have? And us as the Circle of Global Business Women and other women formations, we are beneficiaries into this program. So this is really powerful. And also we are saying Viva Action Viva. We need to actually go and be action orientated. And also let us actually talk less and go out there and tilt our fields. Let us make sure that we are action orientated in our programs that we do. And by the way, you need to be smart. Agriculture is sexy. Agriculture is cool. You can have your nails, you can paint your nails, you can wear your high heels, and you can still be in the agriculture sector. And this is what I want to say, that women also in rural areas, Madame Estherine, you spoke about inclusion policy reforms. We need to come up with a program also of inclusion in women rural areas. I like the program that we spoke about of women smallholder farmers, and how do we elevate them to the next level. And this is a very powerful program, because these women are resilient in the sector, in the African continent. They started from the beginning and they know the challenges themselves, but how do we give them capacity building? How do we introduce them to innovation? How do we introduce them to digitalization? So this is one other important thing that we need to do. And also, I think what we have seen, Sister Estherine, you've mentioned it, there's something called acceleration automation. This is what COVID has done to most women, and women are so scared to come to the computer, and women are so scared to market their businesses in the computer. And the next step, the proposal from the Circle of Global Business Women, as I sign off, we need to come up with an e-entrepreneurship platform, technologically so. So we have a platform where we showcase women's, products, which is electronically, which is digital. So I agree with you, digitalization is very important. This is post-COVID, so we're preparing for post-COVID in making sure that women thrive in the agribusiness, because once the product is on a website or is an e-entrepreneurship platform, Anybody in the UK or in the US or in any way in the world or in the continent will be able to actually look in that product and source that product and say, I want this product. I want to buy this product. And I'm so excited. I'm sure you can see my levels of energy. You've just injected another energy as we, close the powerful session. And I've seen a lot of comments. Crop Lab is really coming up with powerful recommendations on how we move forward, and also inclusion of rural women. What I'm going to actually give you, please, can you send your recommendations to info@cgbw.co.za. We can even engage you as the Circle of Global Business Women, so that when we move with this powerful cohort, because this is a really powerful cohort that is action orientated, you are also part and parcel. Your recommendations are part of this powerful resolution, where we are saying 100 Women Incubation Program by the Minister, our mother, where we say the Agri program, the innovation program that is going to be launched in partnership with the World Bank. Halala, World Bank, halala. Thank you very much for coming to South Africa, to other countries in the continent, and looking forward working with you as well in the sector. And also the powerful submission by our dearest sister from NEPOD, where we're going to actually partner with NEPOD and elevate women in terms of exchange programs, and also looking at the catalog itself. We'll be able to actually drive that program in the catalog, where women from the circle, not only from the circle, women in South Africa, across the continent, who are in the agribusiness, will actually give them an opportunity. They can contact us at info@cgbw.co.za. So this is really powerful for us. We have achieved the 4 objectives that we're looking at. And also the commitment of EFSAGI to say, Minister, we want to sit down with you with these 100 Women Incubation Program as we prepare for our trip to France, so that when we speak to our partners in France, this is what we want to demonstrate in terms of the South Africa and France bilateral, so that they'll be able to actually benefit for this powerful initiative. With those words, I don't want to waste my time. And I would like to actually, I know Sister Estherine, you want to listen to the panelists before you dash to your meeting. I'm going to call my dearest sister, who's also the chairperson of CGBW Africa when it comes to women in agribusiness, and also the women chairperson at AFASA. She's going to actually lead the panelists now, so that we hear what the panelists, we hear what the agripreneurs are saying. And these agripreneurs have been supported by the South African government, and I'm sure they'll showcase what government has done to them, and also other private sector initiatives that they've benefited from them, so that when we move forward to this 100 agribusiness incubation program, we take forward the lessons that they've learned in their work and also where they are today. Thank you very much. I sign off. I'm going to come back later. Chairperson Susan Tutu, our Africa chairperson for CGBW Agribusiness, the floor is yours, and AFASA chairperson. Thank you very much. Lead us and take us forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Allow me to write on the protocol that has already been established and appreciated, and recognizing really everyone's presence in terms of their importance. Good day, everyone. I want to say this first before anything, that this is the first continental discussion that I had to actively participate on, let alone leading it. And thank you to Madam Cindy, the Global President, to entrust me with such a task, a huge responsibility to make sure that we achieve a women-led agribusiness, not only at regional level, but at continental level. I really appreciate that. It's an honor really and a privilege to be entrusted with such task. Now, as I'm saying this to you, I'm reminded of our late Dr. Vuyo Mahlati, who is our African president, AFASA, which is African Farmers Association of South Africa. I'm mentioning her because there wouldn't be AFASA if it was not for her. There wouldn't be a dedicated focus on women if it was not for her. May she rest in power, knowing that she has done and led us with the dignity and commitment that we deserve. Can we also spare our thoughts for the victims of gender-based violence? I'm mentioning this because agribusiness has a huge role in terms of making sure that these women that continue to be victims of GBV are empowered, because most of them are stuck within these relationships because of bread and butter issues. So it is upon us to make sure that we keep our thoughts and develop them to be empowered. And lastly, can we spare our thoughts for one of our panel members who could not make it today due to a bereavement in her family, Anna from Peli Wines. Let's pass our warm and heartfelt condolences to her and family. Now back to the topic of the day. I'm very excited actually, because one of the announcements that the minister has said in her remarks was the policy allocation of 50% of land for women in the country. And Afasa women, we've been very Now I'm going to start with our panelists. I'm going to start with Anna Posa, our commercial piggery farmer in the sector in South Africa, who really started from humble beginnings. Anna Posa, please turn off your video. Anna, are you there? Are you ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. She needs no introduction. She's going to introduce herself quickly so that we can get to the discussion of the day. Can you quickly tell us who you are, ma'am? Thank you.
Okay, I'll just to observe the protocol, and in her absence, Honorable Minister Togo Didiza, and I also want to appreciate President Cindy for giving us this opportunity to step in this high platform. As much as Didi have said that he hasn't been leading this, I normally said I'm not a speaker most of the time, but I never say no to platforms like this, because there's where you learn, there's where you get the insight from the people that knows. My name is Anna Posa. I am the founder of Dreamland Piggery. Dreamland Piggery is in Gauteng. I'm a beneficiary of PLUS program, land acquisition. I'm on the 318 hectare farm, whereby I am doing pig production, having 300 sows, doing maize production, the maize that is going to feed our pigs. And I also have got a slaughterhouse, which is an abattoir. When Minister Togo Didiza talked about the tertiary, I'm also entering tertiary, of which I'm one of those beneficiaries that have been benefiting from the government, and I sincere apologizing for taking much time, but I'm one of those beneficiaries as a woman that have been handheld by the government. As we know that we normally say, a child is being raised by the whole village. I'm also one of those child that was raised by the whole village, which is government together with the private sector on the market side and all that. I think I'm running out of words, and I'm also overwhelmed to see such a powerful platform. I had here some few facts that I have put on challenges of women, but I've seen that those people have, the one that the presenters before me, and the very powerful minister of us, Minister Togo Didiza, has moved actually mountains for us. Us is just when we are bending there, just working the farm, we are happy to have this powerful women and to be this in this platform of Circle of Global Business Women, whereby we have got President Cindy Mzamo moving the waves for us while we are busy working the farm. The farm where I am, like Minister said, I'm happy that I heard that Minister saying farming is the one that creates more jobs in the industry that create more jobs. And as we are feeding the nation, I have also recognized that. I've also seen that during the hard time whereby we had, so most people have suffered from COVID, the business were going down, and the small scale farmers were struggling. Minister Togo Diza came up with the stimulus package, whereby the small farmers they benefited from that. As we know that women has always been working the farms. 70% of our South African women are found on working the farms. But I would want us to change that we have 70% of women owning their own farms. And this makes me happy to hear that Minister is saying is going to be allocated to women and 40% to youth, because our youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Our youth are the food producers of tomorrow. So we cannot be leaving them behind. I'm happy also about the 10% of those disability people, because I normally say people that are challenged, they can still do some work on the farms, because on the farm, as an agripreneur, I've learned that farming is not only working hard out there. You need also to be in the office and balance your books, and those people can tap in there. I've got an opportunity to have gone in one of the United States project whereby I could see the vertical farming that has got layers of produce, whereby these people that are disability were farming there, all of them, whether they're on a wheelchair or probably maybe they're a little bit challenged on deformed, but they will always be there working this, and they had beautiful market supplying the chain stores out there. So by so saying, I had a few of challenges that I've been picking up, because as Dreamland, we also give job to about 40 farm employees. We also have got, we're also taking in the postgraduate that are interested into farming to give them the space to come and experiment farming, because that is very important in the farming industry, that we have got mentors, we've got a place where you can be placed as women, as young people to come and experience farming.
Yes, but sister, just quickly bulge in there. Thank you for that. There's just a few questions that I would like us to assist with. And thank you for giving us that kind of a high level introduction in as far as how far has Dreamland gone, and the appreciation that you've just indicated in as far as strides towards achieving a women-led agribusiness sector. Now, I know a pork industry, right, is one of the largest role player in the sector, with 2.15 a contribution at primary level. Now, given the growing consumption levels, which equates to market opportunities, and of course, the trade bilaterals that we possess in our country. I think you had the madam from NEPAD, you had the Dr. Gwenon and Yaloste emphasizing the importance of exploiting various value chains in the market and giving us heads up in as far as these trade bilaterals. How best then can we make sure that there's more honors in the pork value chain? Take us through the opportunities that are there and how best can we have targeted interventions to make sure that there's more dreamland piggeries. Thank you.
Okay. In the pig industry, as we know, as South Africa contributes the 0.18% of the world pig pork, and we are only as women less than 1%. So that is not enough. So women can still step into the industry. And coming to create more of us is that when you are a woman, we're always looking into pulling. We're also looking into pulling others. Like I'm talking about mentorship. I'm talking about bringing young people to expose them and skill them. I'm talking about sitting on the SAPO developing farmer, whereby we actually lead people, especially the upcoming farmers, to start the right way when coming to pig industry. Because as we know that we only have got 110,000 sows, and out of that we only have got around 400,000 commercial farms, of which 3,000 it's more, or 3,000 it's more of the small scale farmers. So all those small scale farmers, they need to be led. They need to be taught about diseases. They need to get into the industry the right way, so that because in this period that I've been in farming myself, I've also been pulled up by the people that knows the industry. So it is my duty as well, together with SAPO influence, whereby they do have to have veterinary doctors, because we also have to see that our produce, our meat is clean. We also see that our produce are out of diseases. We need to also look into our biosecurities. In my challenges, I've got one of those challenges, that is infrastructure. Most challenging is that in the industry of pork, there's it's too, I think, to start into investing into an infrastructure, it's too steep, and that you find most of the pig farmers are starting informally, and that most of the time it brings a lot of challenges when coming to the diseases, because they don't have enough infrastructure and the know-how. So skill is part of those. We've got a training whereby we take our farmers there to when they want to start into piggery.
Thank you, Anna. That's very encouraging. And I know as well, you've played a huge role in forming parts of organizations like WAT, Women in Agriculture and Rural Development. You sit on various boards. So you've really played a huge role and make sure that when you serve in this a position of influence, you champion the inclusivity in as far as women empowerment is concerned. But I also know that you have the access to right to the top of one of our retails that you are supplying, which is Pick n Pay. I remember at some point you were inviting me that the head, which is the director, Madam Susan, is coming. Can we sit down with her and have coffee? But what I would like to find out in terms of enterprise development plan that Pick n Pay is busy embarking on, share us what kind of success stories are there which are tangible outcomes for the benefit of women who want to get into the supply chain in the pork industry. Thank you.
As we speak now, Pick n Pay Small Business and Enterprise Development they are also embarking into listing the suppliers into Pick n Pay. So I'm not the only one that is supplying. We've got vegetable suppliers. I've also linked some to Ackermans Foundation, whereby they're applying for funds, and they go through, and then they start they start their businesses, or the business that have started already is just to beef up their businesses and make them give them the right produce. That is, if it's food, we also need to go through food safety programs. That's where I also help in leading them, because I've gone through those. I mean, having a slaughterhouse, you can imagine, we need a clean meat. We need, we have to go through all those food safety standards, because food does not mean that even if you are a small scale, even if you are a medium business, you still have to comply with all those. Talking to Pick n Pay, I would say I was one of those few people that went into supplying Pick n Pay, and through the abattoir, I'm also getting more. I'm also giving more market to other pig farmers, whereby their produce are also ending up at Pick n Pay.
Thank you, Anna. Women out there, you heard Pick n Pay Foundation is embarking on looking at expanding the number of women that are in their supply chain program. There's also funding opportunities. And I must say also personally, I know Anna opened those doors for me as well in the Pick n Pay retail. So that's excellent. Now, finally, Anna, you know, in the sector as farmers, you know, we've been, before even the pandemic, which is COVID, we've been through a lot, your climate change, your listeriosis, your floods, your drought, and all the natural disasters. Now, surely there has to be some sense of innovative approaches that you can take us through. What kind of creativity now that is required so that we keep moving even during a COVID time? You could think of the role that technology could play. You could think of all the other organic approaches that farmers within the pork industry can utilize to make sure that they are not necessarily so much affected by the pandemic. Can you please help us with that? Thanks.
I think when coming to climate change, there's it's a challenge. What I liked is that I'm sorry, the lady from NEPAD. I like when she said that we've been talking, now is the time for actions and actions. We know that when we're experiencing a climate change, some of the seasons, they shrink. We've got short summers and probably long winters, or sometimes we've got long winters and short summers. And we even like now we even have got winter rains, of which here in South Africa, it's not a norm that we got winter. We will still maybe be having frost until the end of September. And that also, it's very big challenge to farmers. There's where then we need to step in, or the government need to step in, or the funders look into getting the right infrastructure. It myself, I know climate is it's very friendly here in South Africa in summer, whereby the pigs can survive in open houses. But then now that is starting to be cold, you're having longer winters. I think now it's time that we look into environmental like closed houses, whereby our livestock can still keep warm and grow and get to the market as early as possible. We need to introduce, if we have greenhouses, we have to introduce covers, or maybe heat them and still supply, because most of the vegetable farmers now in winter, the last crop that they were supposed to be harvesting in July, June, July, it's all gone to frost. Technology, when coming to technology, I'm one of those people that is technologically challenged. With the help from the kids, they'll always set up the Zoom meeting for me. And during this time of COVID, whereby we were all locked down, we had no choice but to learn the technology. And I'm happy that Circle of Global Business Women is opening this internationally or globally for women to learn and learn and learn.
Thank you, Anna. It is indeed inspiring. I think anyone who would like to know more about the industry, particularly for those who want to get into the sector, because part of the developmental approach is opening up the sector. So if you want to know details like as a startup, what's the minimum profitable entry level, be the member of CGBW and email us. We'll share a full plan in as far as our plans within that space is concerned. Thank you, Anna. We really appreciate. You may go off. Our next speaker will be Luyanda Sondiazi, Miss Poultry of the country. Luyanda, please have your video on. Luyanda, are you ready? Are you available? Thank you. Luyanda, okay.
Is it good morning? Good morning, still good morning. Good morning. Good morning all, as all protocol observed. Our minister in her absence, our strategic partners from France, Madam Estherine, and all the other important guests, as the Circle of Global Business Women, our President, President Cindy, our Global President, and also our President, South Africa, Ms. Thandi Mabena. My name is Luyanda Sondiazi. My farm is business is Roda Farms, situated in Babsfontein. I'm one of the land beneficiaries of land reform, as what Minister had said, that it has been said all over again that the Department of Agriculture has held our hands along the way. We're given land and we are utilizing that land. And we're very happy of all the developments that are coming to help us also through, as not now as producers, but also as women in agriculture. I'm excited with the 100 women in agribusiness. That is the space that now, after so many years in producing, we need to be elevated into that space. So we thank you. We really appreciate this, and we appreciate also the involvement of France, with the involvement of a Circle of Global Business Women to expose us into the global platforms. My business is mainly on the poultry side of eggs. We produce eggs at Roda Farms. We've been doing that for 6 to 7 years now, but we are not into the formal markets yet, like the Pick and Pays. That is where we are trying to get. We are still in the informal markets. And this is one of the challenges that we have, because with the informal markets, it is very difficult to make profitable, profits. It's very difficult because now you have to take the price, and then we are price takers. So what happens now is the informal market, when there is a cheaper place, then they will leave you and then they will go to that place, and thinking of that the eggs are a commodity that can rot easily. Then you are left with that, and we have to devise ways of how to do it so that you don't have a waste in that.
Indeed,
so,
my sister, Thank you for those heads up. In the interest of time, I'll try and make it snappy. It's not that you don't want to hear a good story. We have a lot that we need to get out to get from you. Now, Minister Didiza has just launched the Poultry Master Plan, right? Which is a good initiative, because in the absence of access to sizable land for women, this commodity brings an opportunity to make sure that we are included in the economy of the sector by being active on various aspects of its value chain. Now, according to Master Plan, it seeks to achieve, right, at least 3.5% by 2023, and then 10% by 2028. Now, as a commercial a poultry farmer who has started and got assisted by government since 2007, please take us through critical enablers to enhance active, profitable, and sustainable participation of women aligned with or in the context of the Poultry Master Plan.
We are very excited with the Poultry Master Plan that the Minister has launched. However, that the participation of women is not where it's supposed to be. But I know that after this today's presentation, then the Minister, I think things are going to change. You know what is more important is the inclusion, that in all the pieces and parcels of the value chain, that women are also involved there. Women are also should be involved, starting in animal feed, that is in the milling of feeding the products. There are very few women there. There also the primary breeders, where you have your grandparent and your parent stock, and all those processes that give you to a broiler chick or an egg layer. Women contract going, it's starting, but it's not going to the level where it's supposed to be. Abattoirs and processing, women are not there. So we are really pleading with the ministers that is where the agribusiness is for the agripreneur, because we have all these years into that we have said we've been developing, we've been producing. Now it's high time that we are elevated into owning the value chain and also the logistics and up to the market.
Indeed.
Also, what
okay. Sorry, I had to rudely interrupt here. Indeed, and I hope one day we'll have sufficient time to unpack these critical enablers, because women, we know there's an importance of inclusivity, but we need the poultry industry to define what do they mean by that. If Minister was here listening in her absence, saying, women, these are the critical enablers, and I think one day we'll have that conversation. Thank you. And now you've heard Dr. NEPAD talking about the trade opportunities, and you're aware of the new kid on the block, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade. Now, this is a massive market opportunity, and we've got other commitments where South Africa is a signatory of these commitments as well. But how can then women position themselves really to make sure that they're not left out within the trade? If you were to say to us, look, we've gone through these barriers, but going forward, these are things that needs to be done. What should we do? What should women out there that want to be Luyanda of tomorrow do to make sure that they're not left out? Thank you.
First of all, to education, as Dr. Kunen has said, and Dr. Jaslyn, is very important. So women need to be educated so that they can comply, because we can't just get into those areas without compliance. They need to be educated, capacity building, and trained for what is needed there, so that when the product goes there, it is one of the best products that comes from the continent as well. The other thing that the women need to group themselves into bigger companies, so where that also here the capacity also is needed, that big chicken houses are being built so that when there's a call for trade and also when there's a call for big contracts, then there's enough product that can be exported to other countries.
Thank you, Lulianda. That was a mouthful. And indeed, the essence of being organized is very critical to make sure that we drive as one force, we achieve as one force. And I know we've been talking more about the export. Now, in the context of local value chains, particularly in the context of South Africa, where even the poultry, by the way, is thriving in the informal market, what kind of advice can you give women who are in the rural, in informal areas, like your Perry Eden, we name it townships in our country? How can you advise them? Are they aware of the opportunity that the poultry industry presents in as far as keeping the economies thriving in those local or informal sectors?
Women need to, as I've said, I will always go back to regrouping, that they need to group themselves, they need to be trained and know how to deliver the product that is really market related, clean meat, as we say, and quality raised eggs. There's also this township industry that is thriving so much. So women they've got that market already that is open, but also in that market, even in that market, you need to be innovative on how to interact with it, because what is important is quality all the way. Are you then, Tutu?
Sorry, I lost connection a few seconds there. Thank you, Amanda. We really appreciate your input and keep on working hard. If there was time, I would have appreciated if you would share your participation with Tiger Brands, but it will be that one will be then exclusive to CTVW members. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you.
A panel list will be Umeme, Rems, Miss B, Miss Apiculture herself. Meme, please avail yourself.
Wow.
Thank you, Meme. I would allow you to introduce yourself so that we can get in with the discussion of the day. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ntutu, and good afternoon, everyone, all protocol observed. I happen to be a social entrepreneur. I'm a social activist as well, and of late, I've become a honeybee activist, and hence my headgear that I decided to put on for this particular session. So yes, my name is Mems Ramaila. You may want to call me Memme if you so desire, but I prefer Mems to Memme. As I said, I'm a founder of a social enterprise named Be African. And at Be African, we have set out to transform the honey industry by ensuring transformation. And how do we do that? You may want to ask. It's by ensuring that we open up the industry to rural women and youth in particular. I'm very biased towards rural women because I myself am a rural woman, you know. So yeah, that's really who we are. I think I've responded to your question, Dutu.
Thank you, Meme. Yes, indeed. You know, I'm a township girl from Tanzania, and whenever I would see a bee, for me, a bee equates to me screaming. And yes, you've literally taught me a lot in as far as apiculture is concerned. Can you take us through the bee industry as a form of, now that you've mentioned climate change as well, as a form of a mitigation or adaptation method in as far as climate change is concerned, but importantly, the role that women can play given the opportunities that are within the apiculture value chain? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. So perhaps let me just give you a sense of the current makeup of the apiculture sector in South Africa. So we've got, in terms of research, there are 400 well-established or commercial beekeepers, and there are 2,000 small-scale beekeepers in South Africa. In addition to that, there are 4,000 informal and or traditional beekeepers in South Africa. So that's just by way of numbers in terms of the makeup. But importantly, South Africa is a net importer of honey. You know, what that means is that the local demand for honey stands at 5,000 tons, and yet the supply is 2,000 tons, and therefore we've got that deficit of 3,000 tonnage. You know, and as a result, we at Be African, as I said, we are all about opening up the industry to women, to youth, so as to bridge that gap, you know, from a supply chain perspective. Now, if I could respond to your question about how do we encourage, and the opportunities that are in the industry, the very same opportunities that we are opening up to other members of the society, is quite wide. I mean, if you look at the honey value chain, or rather the bee value chain, by the way, it starts with vegetation. Without vegetation, there's no bees, because bees have got to forage on vegetation in order to produce honey. So it starts with what we call forest resource. And then you've got the bees themselves, the bee breeding, if you will, and you've got honey production. And then that's when we start looking at the value chain. And in the value chain, there are lots of verticals. You have cosmetics, you've got food production and or manufacturing, you've got medicinal component to it, and you also have stuff like agro industry. So what we are wanting to do basically is we hope that we'll be able to activate rural agro industries by getting rural women and youth into the space. Now, pertaining to your question on climate adaptation, I like what the minister said about climate smart agriculture. So indeed, we observe smart climate agricultural practices insofar as cultivation of bee-friendly forest or vegetation is concerned. So what we do is we like, for instance, the one project that we are working on is to encourage rural women to plant drought-resistant speckboom plants. You know, the beauty about it that those plants is that, yes, they are edible by bees and they are also edible by us as human beings. So therefore, they strengthen food security on the one hand, but on the other hand, we encourage them to plant them along their fences so that they could have hedges which serve as a windbreaker. So if you've got strong or harsh winds, that hedge serves to protect your roof against being blown away by the wind, as an example. So that's one of the projects that we are looking at right now from a climate adaptation perspective.
Thank you very much, Mama. I like that. I like your explanation in as far as climate adaptation is concerned. Now, as you know, IPI is not on the master plan, and perhaps there's very limited knowledge in as far as the curriculum within the institution itself. Yeah. Now they are here. You have your policymakers here, you have the academia, you have the funders here.
Yeah.
Given that this is a new commodity, like I said, I thought of screaming only when I see bees. Yeah. If you were then to say to them, 1, 2, 3 will equate to this number of financial growth in as far as inclusivity is concerned. Remember, yeah. Madam President a lot about inclusivity, and this is kind of has been ignored for some time. Now, at the end of the day, it goes back to the bottom line: money. Take us there, educate us. All the people with authority are here. Teach us and take us to the financial sense of it. You can make an example of saying, with possible solutions that you are talking about.
Okay.
When they are implemented, they will equate and they will result to this amount of money. And this is how the food security will be impacted as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that question. So interestingly enough, my team and I and various other partners are working on a project aimed at bringing more women on the program. And so the focus was on financials. So just to give you an indication of the economics of beekeeping, and I'll start at a small scale level. So small scale beekeeper, you're looking at a beekeeper with 20 beehives, as an example. 20 beehives every 4 months, you harvest your honey, all else being equal, of course. So we started to say you can only harvest honey twice in a year, just to be on the safer side of things. More so that bees are dormant in winter, so they don't do well in the winter season. So our model speaks to 2 harvest, 2 production cycle per annum. So you've got 20 beehives, 2 production cycle, 2. You're looking at, okay, let me not confuse you by talking about the honey crop, but in terms of the income, potential income to be generated from such a small beekeeping enterprise, you're looking at 65,000 per production cycle. So that's quite attractive, you know, especially given that our target market. Also considering the fact that beekeeping necessarily is not a full-time job. You know, you would have to inspect your beehives once in a month for optimal production of honey by the bees, of course. And of course, one will have to familiarize or get affair with the bee behavior, you know, because bees always communicate to us, even though we may not necessarily understand the language or the message that is being conveyed by bees. And I appreciated what you said about, you know, you warding off the bee when you saw it. and so we run a development program on beekeeping. We call it Nandi Development Program. And I need to mention that this development program has been endorsed by University of Johannesburg Center of Ecological Intelligence. I, for one, sit on the advisory council of that particular college. So we work closely with them. What is required, what is of primary concern and requirement from our side, it's the lack of knowledge about these amazing creatures. So if I could just put it bluntly, we'd appreciate if some of the partners that are on this platform could join forces with us from a skills development perspective, so that we can enhance the knowledge and upskill the skill level, especially of those traditional beekeepers who are in the informal industry, as I made mention earlier on. And the reason why we are placing much focus on them is that traditional beekeepers are custodians of the indigenous knowledge on bees, you know. And the idea behind is that at a long stage or down the line, we're gonna have to start manufacturing medicinal products informed by indigenous knowledge.
Perfect. Thanks, Mami. Just the last one. Now, all these dreams that we want to achieve wouldn't be possible without policy playing a huge, enabling role. Now, if you can just give me 1 or 2 policy interventions required to achieve this important role that we have ignored by the bee value chain, give us a sense of policy intervention required. Thank you, Meme.
Okay, first of all, I would like to acknowledge the support that we always receive from the beekeeping focal person at the Department of Agriculture, and that's the lady by the name of Salamina. And so that's number one. And number two, in terms of policy reform, I would really love for the department to start conducting workshops on the strategy. I know that they have recently developed a strategy document on apiculture. It is important that that document must circulate amongst beekeepers and amongst prospective beekeepers, and therefore workshops would be necessary from the department side. But from my side, in terms of one of the gaps that I've identified and to do, and this is a huge impediment, is the fact that South Africa does not have a standard for honey. So what I did a year ago, I engaged the South African Bureau of Standards with a view to say, could we have the standard going? Because the saddest thing is that even though there is a huge market locally, but one is also aiming at export market, you know. And every time when we speak to the Europeans, we speak to the Americans, we speak to the French, by the way, they always ask about the standard. And the one standard that is being utilized internationally is the standard that has been set by Germany. And as you can imagine, that it's such a tall order for one to meet those requirements. And I keep saying to myself, why should we have Germany dictating the standards to Africa, honey standards to Africa? So definitely the issue of standards for the honey must be looked into. And I'm saying this in particular because at Bee African, we offer a business aggregator model, which means that we buy the honey back from beekeepers because we don't want them to get stuck with the product. Necessarily, we also have a footprint in Zambia. We also have a footprint in Botswana. And the same dynamic applies in those countries, you know, and I suppose in most African countries where they do not have the standard. And as a matter of fact, we sell our honey to the lowest bidder, excuse the pun, given the fact that, you know, we always see, you know, get responses from the bigger users of honey. We can only we can only give you this price. Exactly what Luanda said earlier on about the fact that we are price takers simply because we don't have a standard for the honey. So that is very, very crucial to get the transformation of the beekeeping industry going.
Thanks, Meme. So I'm getting a sense that there's a strong need of policy advocacy program that talks to the trade issues. And fortunately, you've just indicated that it's not only at national level. Remember, this topic is focusing at continental level as well. I mean, as I've said, we are the signatories of so many commitments, and we need to make sure that we guide and drive that processes in the context of women inclusivity. Thank you so much, Meme, for your time. We really appreciate that. Please remain on the line, and we'll have our next speaker now, the president of Moringa. Are you available, ma'am? Can you have your video on, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. She's battling with the network in the farm. So what we'll do is we'll send her presentation so we can move forward. She's been trying and the network is really disappointing. Unfortunately, I have to apologize to our guests. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I'm about to hand over to you as well. I mean, we've consumed more than we were allocated to, which is normal with women. But thanks very much to the panelists. We got the sense that there's an immediate need in as far as sorry, I forgot to do my video. There's immediate need in terms of paying attention to trade issues, compliance issues. There's an immediate need to make sure that we then have evidence-based, action-orientated intervention to make sure that we really claim our space in all levels of the value chains, nationally and continentally. Thank you for the opportunity. Over to you, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the sector of global business women in Africa in terms of agribusiness. This was really amazing to talk about experiences of women in the agriculture sector, and also to look at what government has done to support these powerful women. There's always a saying that says that if you have a vision, you must actually act on it. If you don't act on it, it's doomed to failure. So the women that have demonstrated here today, they had a vision and they implemented that vision in the agriculture sector. And I think that's very important and powerful. And to our partners, FSACI, FAGRI, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in South Africa, the NEPAD, the African Union Development Agency, Business France, international investments. This is what we have. These are the products that we have. The women that are doing amazing things within the sector of global business women who are members. What I liked about it, Chairperson Dutu, you dealt with exports, imports. The women demonstrated that they think local, but they're acting globally in their, agenda to actually take the agribusiness sector to the next level. And this is one of the powerful tools, because now today we have demonstrated to the world that these are the members that we have in the circle, so that we're not just talking, but we have women that are doing amazing things within the circle of global business women. And now when we're talking about moving forward, and these are the women that will benefit from the announcements that have been made by the minister, announcements that have been made by the African Union Development Agency, announcements that have been made by my dearest sister Severin, led by Dr. Jocelyn, an announcement made by FSACI. FSACI is saying, Minister, we want to sit down with you. We want to understand where you're going, so that when we speak to our partners, when we speak to our Solidarity Fund for Business in France, we exactly know where we redirect the resources, because it's very important in terms of resource direction, because we're talking about sustainability model of women in the agribusiness. We are creating a legacy and empire of women, because we want to say, what is this going to look like in the next coming 20 years? This is the legacy that the minister is building. We're building on the legacy that has been left by Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi, who created a powerful model in the Eastern Cape and rural areas. And these are the women that have demonstrated that they're actually filling in the shoes of Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi. May his soul rest in peace. And thank you very much. And I know the person that I'm going to call right now worked very closely with Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi. I'm actually doing it on purpose. Dr. Lindy Westbanda, who worked very closely with Dr. Vuyo, driving women in the agribusiness. And today, Dr. Sbanda from the University of Pretoria, here are the women that Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi has left behind. And I hope that today in your discussion, taking us forward, you take these women through like what you did with Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi. Thank you very much, Dr. Sbanda from the University of Pretoria. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Cindy. I never thought a day would come where I am honored to honor Vuyo, my friend. When we got the news of her passing, we could not congregate and celebrate her life. And I think this is the day. Thank you very much for this honor to be part of this amazing meeting. I'm sure where Vuyo is sitting, she's smiling, because she will say, this is not a male quartet. Ubazwilo baritone, ubazwilo tenor, ubazwilo soprano. Aguno babala. Thank you. May her soul shine on and inspire all of us who work with us. I want to honor Minister Togo Didiza, who has given us opening remarks that really point to the policies and the programs that are being implemented in South Africa in line with the Global and Africa framework. I want to honor the French delegation that has come en masse in line with His Excellency, the President of France, who is calling an Africa Summit this year, French Africa Summit, whereby I've been briefed. I had a meeting with the French Embassy yesterday, and I'll be there again tomorrow. I met with the French Embassy in Zimbabwe yesterday. Tomorrow, I'm meeting with the French Embassy in South Africa as we prepare for the summit. One thing I am told authoritatively is that the president wants to see more French roots in Southern Africa. So we will all parler en français very soon, because the partnership is going very strong. Thank you to the French delegation, and thank you to the commitment you are making, not just to agriculture, but to women, particularly the Circle of Business Women. I appreciate you. I also want to thank the board of the Circle of Women in Business, but more important, you, Cindy, for your energy, and to Ms. Tandi Mabena, who introduced me to this circle. I'm just honored to be alongside women of power who want to lift other women. My brief was to listen, reflect, and then take what you're doing to the world and bring what I know from the world to you. I just have 10 minutes. But I thought, as a way of reflection, let me pick out what I heard from this Ivili Loboya Elihambai. Clearly, the wheel is moving. I want to pick what Romeo Harding said: Africa is the future and agriculture is the future. From Dr. Gwenori, we heard that it's about climate change, it's about education, and you cannot be a good farmer if you are not practicing. From Severin, we heard that training in agriculture, particularly in South Africa, is not sharpening the entrepreneurial skills. They are doing their bit. They have taken some people out of Limpopo who are doing amazing things, where we are developing colleges for entrepreneurial training. We've heard about the Moringa project, which is going to provide vitamin A additives into baby foods. And then from our minister, she covered the policy framework. She spoke about the food summit at the United Nations. She spoke about what she has learned from Africa, what she has learned about the coalitions between similar commodities and other countries that are working towards the UN Food System Summit. And then we heard from Estherine, my sister, on the policy influence and what NEPAD is doing. The highlight of it all was our agripreneurs. Anna, thank you for teaching me about pigs, the abattoir, and what you're doing to make sure that quality gets you into Pick and Pay. There are many who are struggling to become Anna. I also heard from Luyanda, who is working with the informal sector on poultry, value addition, and wanting to bring more township girls into this big game. But she also wants to get into the Pick and Pay space. Then finally, MEMS, BIS, I call them, rural women and youth, not using German standards for the bees, but we want to develop our own African standards. In a nutshell, that was my listen and hear. And I want to apologize because I did put some slides just to share with you where I come from and what I've been seeing as the breakthroughs and the opportunities for taking the work that you're doing to scale. Circle of Business Women, this is your time. So I start off by showing slides. I hope you can see them, Cindy.
Yes, we can see them.
I'll just run through and say, you know, we have a rural background. I like it when Mem says, I love rural, I come from rural, and this is what I'm doing this for. Let's not forget our roots, where we've come from. Agriculture in our rural areas was always about feeding people. It was also about feeding the environment. It was also about jobs and incomes, but also the byproducts, izigaba, that we sit on when we skin those goats and can convert the skin into mats, but also a livelihood. That's where our women met to pound the maize, besenza umngqushu, and we enjoy all that. Let's not forget it, because the new world speaks to agri as a culture. And that's the uniqueness. When Sis Vuyo took Uboya to the world, she went to a backyard and said, what did I see my mommy and my auntie doing? Why are they selling local for poor prices? What is it that is my niche that I can take to the world in a new format? So that picture depicts that let's push ourselves beyond the boundaries and think of the unique commodities that we can take to the world that we thought were for the backyard. Now, when we talk about food systems, I want you to concentrate on that tube. We talk about production, processing, transport, storage, packaging, marketing, and consumption. All those are bus stops in the train where we can stop and create a business opportunity. Ask yourself, how was it done in the past? How can it be done in a different way? Where can I add value? Where can I create jobs? Where can I take South Africa to the world and bring the world to South Africa using the agri-value chains? And which commodities will I push through the tube? When we all, hundreds of us, thousands, sit in that tube and peg our businesses, can you imagine how colorful our circle is going to be? It's going to be endless. It's going to create jobs for our families. But what I really liked about what was said by Anna when she started, that 70% of the women work in agriculture, but we want 70% of the women to not only work, but to be owners of business in agriculture. So there are the opportunities in that tube. Don't just think I don't have land, I can't produce. Look for a stop in that bus that is moving and hang your business there. There's also the 17 Sustainable Development Goals.
Yeah.
Every one of them speaks to food. So surely when you unpack them, whether it's reducing food loss and waste, I'm a champion globally for SDG 12.3, which is talking about reducing food waste and loss by 50% by 2030. What that means is that we have to look at new ways of saving the food that we save on our table, that we buy into our fridges, that comes off our farms, because currently 40% of the food does not reach the consumption space. It is lost because we don't have technology for refrigeration on farm. Our tomatoes are rotting as they wait for transportation. It is lost because we buy too much. And when we serve on our dinner table, we want to say, hey, Bantu, did you see how much food was there? Let's move away from our culture and create businesses for recycling, regenerative agriculture, and using waste to create packaging material that is recyclable. That's what I've seen in other countries. So unpack those SDGs, find your space and say, this is the SDG that I will champion through my business. And this is how I'll model a business that feeds people and feeds the planet. The UN Food Summit is the first time in the UN history that the Secretary General has dedicated time to celebrate food and to reimagine a food system that is sustainable. There are 5 action tracks. If you look at them, one is that we need safe and nutritious food for all. I love the story from the abattoir where safety is first. It was also raised by the pig farmer. It was raised also in poultry. It's a critical thing. What am I doing to feed into that action track? Consumption, sustainable consumption. South Africa is one of the leading countries on malnutrition, particularly obesity. We are not eating healthy. We are eating foods that are too sugary, that are not diversified enough to allow a healthy life. So what are we doing to make sure as women, that's where we have the greatest lever. 80% of the food in Africa passes through the hands of women. So there's a role you can play. Boosting nature positive production. We love nature, we plant from the soil. Can we make sure we give to people, but also give to our planet? Equitable livelihoods is about the employment. We're employing people, and we should be the first to make sure that we give them a living wage, a living income. Then building resilience is about making sure we are ready for shocks. The biggest shock we're experiencing now is COVID-19. Before the next lockdown, ask yourself, what have I learned from the previous lockdown? How do I position myself to do those things I cannot do during a lockdown? How do I reimagine my business so that I position it for a business that succeeds during a pandemic? All that speaks to food, because with or without a pandemic, we need food. How do we position ourselves in the agribusiness sector to make sure when we are feeding restaurants that have closed, we create alternative supply chains where we are feeding those who are doing pre-packed foods? That the Chisanama is reimagined in a different way so that it has perpetuity post-pandemics and during pandemics. Now, the Africa we want, that is the framework for African Union. We're integrated. South Africa is part of the world. It's part of Africa. Go out to West Africa and learn. Those women are way ahead because business has been in their fingertips. And we just want to make sure we bring networks of sisters from East, West, and North Africa and partner with them. SDG 17 talks about strong partnerships for learning and growing together. We want democracy, we want peace, we want strong cultural identity. Let's take our Mushu to the world. Let them know, Uguti, this is the food we were raised on, but we pre-package it in a modernized way so that in a restaurant in France, in Montpellier, someone would say, I want to Mushu, and it will be served there. And we wanted the international dynamic force. Yes. So let's embrace the Africa we want and be the architects of that Africa. Wow. I want to touch on policy. The minister touched on it. And Ntutu, when you were moderating, all your questions were pointed to policy. It's a messy game, but you've got to play that game because the policies that are put in place are what will determine your business continuity. Normally, policies are formulated, decisions are made, the policies are implemented, monitored, and recalibrated. But look at the players. We need to touch base with researchers. I was happy to hear Anna saying that she takes students for attachment so that they learn. Policy is about government making the policies, but it's about all of us because we implement. So link up to your donors, link up to civil society organizations, link up to government. I'm glad the minister was there. I'm glad NEPAD was there. You've got to be known because otherwise your cries and your successes won't be celebrated. I'm just showing you that messy picture to say you've got to keep going, keep dynamic, the circles of friendship. You are a circle within bigger circles. So make sure your circle shines. When they say, who are the people in business in South Africa? Circle of business women should come out bold. Now, map your stakeholders. For every stakeholder in this game, there must be shared value. What's in it for them? As women, we know how to make a shared value, but let's define what's in it for them. But let's have our own value systems that govern how we work and how we do business. We can quickly overtake the men in gray suits and show them the way business should be done because we are mothers, we are caring, and we want to grow our pie. So always make sure that we are champions. The message is Ivili Loboya. That's the one that I picked up. Ivili Loboya Malihambe. Who are the messengers? It's all of us. Yes. No one should talk bad about what we do. If something's gone wrong, come back to the circle and fix it. Let's find platforms where we go out to the world in every business forum, you should have your mark and be represented. Those platforms will bring back more at home. Let me just end by saying Africa is happening. There's currently a call where we're talking about narrative changes, African Food Fellowship. You can apply for that, but it's really about taking our local food to the world. And it speaks to me, and I hope it speaks to you as well. Thank you and good luck. Ivililobo ya malihande. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Maliambe, ivili loboya maliambe. And this is the message that we're sending to all women agripreneurs out there. In fact, when you started talking, I nearly got emotional, understanding the work that you did, Dr. Vuyo Mahlati, and the way that she embraced human beings and Ubuntu, and also the developmental focus. And she used to say to me, Cindy, you just don't do things just because you want to do them. That's her. You know her. And when you do something, it must add value. When you do something, the community must change. And this is what we are taking from the legacy of Dr. Vuyo Mahlati, that will change the communities in Africa. And I like what we said, that build the Africa we want, embrace the Africa we want, and let us be the architects as women, Togotela. And I like this because I can't leave this platform without talking about my father, former President Thabo Mbeki, because he's an engineer of let's build the Africa we want in NEPAD, in all the African platforms, but also he says we must actually build the African intelligentsia like you, Dr. Sibanda, that is very strong to take Africa to the next level in global markets and also in the continent. And thank you very much for the powerful presentation that you actually took us upon. And I like when you spoke about the Food Security Summit. You know, the UN Food Summit is very important because when you talk about sustainable consumers, this is where it matters most. And women are consumers. But how sustainable are we to make sure that we don't end being consumers, but we end up owning the actual value chain, and we drive it from that perspective, so that the issue that Sis Anna raised, that 70%, let us change that so that 70% are women that are owning the value chain. And also you've complemented the powerful discussions that we actually saw taking place, and also stakeholder engagement, Dogotela. This is very powerful because the ecosystem needs collaboration, and your presentation spoke to what we want to aspire and to achieve as the Circle of Global Business Women. And hence today you saw what we brought in. We brought different stakeholders, but who speak with one language, with one voice. Let us build the Africa we want ourselves, and let us be the architects of what we want to see in the women themselves, in the agribusiness. I'll keep on saying, Sis Vuyo Maliambe Ivililoboya, Dr. Vuyo Mahlati Maliambe Ivililoboya. As from today, we are celebrating you, we are honoring you as the Circle of Global Business Women. And I know you were supposed to actually take on and become the global president of International Women's Forum globally. And my sister, we are saying as the Circle of Global Business Women, rest in power. Long live the spirit of Dr. Vuyo Mahlati. Long live the spirit of Dr. Vuyo Mahlati. Long live in the agriculture sector. Now I'm just going to give a platform to women to talk about and support us and our critical stakeholders who are here today, who are going to support us in this initiative. Our first message of support will come from our dearest sister, Ms. Mahadi Buthelezi, who is the convener of Economic Justice, Rights and Coalition for South Africa, who is also my boss because I'm also a co-convener for Economic Justice, Rights and Coalition in South Africa. Sis Mahadi, Mahadi, please give us a message of support, because this is critical for South African women in terms of economic justice, rights, and the coalition itself. How do we make sure that women are in the mainstream of owning these resources and becoming viable? Thank you very much, my dearest sister. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sis Cindy. Shoo, what an introduction. Thank you so much. I'm truly just in awe. I'm humbled, I'm inspired, I'm motivated by all the deliberations that I've heard here this morning. And what a great way of spending my morning. Sisindi, my co-convener, thank you, thank you, thank you. I see you wanted to run away there. Gyabonga, thank you so, so much. Without wasting any of your time, agribusiness is indeed the cornerstone of our economy because everyone needs to eat. Borrowing from what President Mabena said, that agriculture is the fruit basket of the continent or the globe, better still. And in our country, and I'm sure that in most countries, women have always been the farmers while the men went hunting. The pandemic has turned into an economic and social problem. Hence, it has not only reduced economic progress and squeezed individual income, it has further disrupted every aspect of human lives in all possible ways. The impact of the pandemic on women especially has been disproportionate. Women have experienced increased violence, have lost jobs and income, and took more burden on work, even at homes. So on the whole, the pandemic has taken away much of the achievements that were made in cases of women's empowerment. Many successes have sadly been reversed. Economists have suggested that the recovery from the pandemic will be K-shaped. This means that while the larger and stronger businesses will be able to rebound fast, the smaller and weaker ones will lag behind. Women fall sadly in the second category. Women are mostly engaged in micro, small, medium, and at times large enterprises. Their businesses are more often informal in nature. With limited access to finance, they are not being able to recover from the economic shock of the pandemic. So they will still be struggling while others move on. In this context, how is today's theme of women in agribusiness achieving an equal future in a COVID-19 world relevant? The theme is a reflection of the present situation. It could also be a reality of our future. As opposed to women's increased vulnerability, it has also been observed that across the world, women have worked relentlessly. As the world is struggling to recover from the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic, the importance of sustainability, the use of natural resources and adopting a green growth strategy have taken an important place in the global discourse. Therefore, in the wake of this pandemic, countries are working to build back better, which puts environmental concerns at the forefront. Several advanced countries are using their stimulus package to create green infrastructure. In fact, during the global financial meltdown, not sure if any of you still remember, in 2008/2009, several countries had invested in the green industries. However, in this instance, progress since then has been a little bit slow. Instead, extraction of fossil fuels in some of the large countries continues till now. Moreover, some advanced countries also provide subsidies on fossil fuels, which is a counterproductive measure. The spirit of green growth has been affected by these type of activities. Given the enormity of investment required, the private sector has to come forward. The other aspect of green growth strategy is to protect and manage environmental resources. These resources are essential for the existence of humankind and, of course, the ecosystem. However, the value of such resources is often forgotten by us. Moreover, we often only see the use of value of natural resources, but natural resources have both use and non-use values. These resources are used as raw materials for economic activities. However, the non-use value of natural resources is important also as they are a foundation for life. The market prices also cannot capture the price of those resources. For example, the ecosystem services provided by forests are often ignored. As a result, the cost benefit of trees would be compared with that of the return from a factory established by cutting those trees. The economic value of natural resources and how these resources can help achieve sustainable development often go unrecognized by most of us in actual fact. One of the reasons behind this is that we often forget the basic features of natural resources. But depending on the characteristics of natural resources, public policy will have to be different. In order to meet our economic demand, we use the naturally created environmental resources as raw materials for production and energy. So natural resources create direct utility for human beings. We undertake economic activities based on several resources that nature has created. These include water, air, fuel, coal, gas, mineral resources, solar power, fisheries, and so much more. But the stock and source of all types of natural resources are not the same. Their longevity is also not the same. Some natural resources are depletable, while some are non-depletable. Therefore, the efficient management of natural resources is extremely important. Even if resources are non-depletable, their excessive use and mismanagement can have a negative impact on human health and lives. As an example, despite being plenty in supply, unsustainable use of water and air can do harm to human beings immensely. Health hazards would not only increase health costs, but also reduce productivity and economic growth. Therefore, policy interventions are needed in case of sustainable resource management and economic growth. Degradation and depletion of environmental resources emanate from the market and policy failures. To address market failure, in case of resource depletion, market-based instruments have been suggested. For example, based on the polluters pay principle, the polluters would be charged. However, this is a difficult and unpopular method to implement. In the absence of good governance, there is a possibility of the method being arbitrarily used. There are so many polluting vehicles and industries in the country. There's also rampant deforestation and heavy pollution of river waters. How many have been penalized? What is the rate of success in reducing such pollution? The resources generated through pollution fees could, in actual fact, be used for environmental development and natural resource management. Policy failure also leads to over-exploitation of resources. Subsidies can damage the environment. Subsidies on fisheries, agriculture, and energy, for example, encourage higher use of resources. Of course, affordability of the poor will have to be taken into consideration. The poor depend directly on nature for their livelihoods. Therefore, the poor should have access to natural resources. But instead of cross-subsidization, we can get help from different stakeholders by providing targeted direct support so that they can use resources for survival. Policymakers should undertake cost-benefit analysis before initiating all infrastructure projects. How the environmental project impact would be taken into account and how the environmental costs would be internalized should be clearly specified in the project documents. Besides, the negative social impact due to the change in natural resource management should also be addressed. Often, large infrastructure projects such as roads and highways require shifting people from their original places. How these measures may affect their employment, income, and social lives have to be assessed and dealt with adequately. The narrative of sustainable development has to be shared among broader stakeholders, including that of the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and the workers. They can play important roles towards environment-friendly policies. And finally, and in conclusion, production will invariably create environmental pollution. Without agricultural production, the economy cannot run. Society cannot exist. Therefore, technological development and the use of technology in moving ahead can, in actual fact, and should be a must to reduce pollution. The Economic Justice and Rights Coalition supports the agricultural sector and also wishes the agri-circle of global businesswomen all the very best. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, my convener, my dearest sister. As the Circle of Global Businesswomen, we are a tribe of women that support each other. This is a network of sisterhood. I mean, look at what our dearest sister has presented. And in my other world, she's my boss. And today she has came to support us at the Circle of Global Businesswomen. And this is very important. I mean, if you look at the commitments that happened, Madame Buthelezi in Paris, championed by President Macron. And here we are today, we have our French partners in this platform. The commitment is quite amazing. The commitment and the resilience of our French partners is quite amazing. You know, even if when we're now, you know, losing the momentum of the circle, they push us, come, let's go, let's do this. We want to see the end result. And I would like to salute President Macron with the 40 billion commitments that were made and that will be implemented in the 6 coalitions that were identified, and Economic Justice Coalition is one of them. And coming back to South Africa, you know that we have a gentle giant, a president that is a champion of women leadership. He made an announcement for 40%, setting aside 40% for women to participate in the public procurement. And would like to thank President Ramaphosa today as the Circle of Global Businesswomen, because the women in the agri-space will also benefit in that public procurement. Not only that, as I speak, we've got a task team in the presidency working with women, with a powerful women organization, International Women's Forum South Africa, looking at coming up with a Women Economic Assembly. I'd like to salute all the members of the Women International Forum South Africa that are participating in this event, led by Dr. Futhi Mtoba, our mother at the Circle of Global Businesswomen. I'm just showcasing our collaborative efforts as women, that each and every single sector knows what it's doing. And Dr. Futhi is here in the platform, and she's listening to this platform. And also to say to NAMSA in the presidency, and thank you very much for your powerful presentation that you made to the Economic Justice Rights Awareness Program that emphasized the role of the presidency in making sure that women take their rightful position in the marketplace in all the sectors. And I know agriculture is one of them. Thank you very much, our dearest sister at the presidency, Sis Namhla. We salute and honor you. Thank you very much for being a sister that is caring about other women, working with the president himself to make sure that women in South Africa, they will benefit and take their products to global markets and also to the continent. And also, without wasting my time, I'd like to actually call our next speaker, who is going to actually give us a message of support as well to the Circle of Global Businesswomen, and also showing that we are actually working together with AFASA. We have Mr. Gabo from the Office of the President in AFASA. And remember, Sis Buyo was the former president of AFASA. Your message of support in this platform, we are saying, thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. I assume it is afternoon indeed. I've listened with great attention, and And I'm truly inspired by the kind of conversations that, and the inspiration that you in particular have given to this summit. But I've been asked not only to give thanks to everybody, but to also give a message of support. My chairperson, who would have done this, is incapacitated, and so he's not able to do so in person. But I was then asked to do so on his behalf and on behalf of the board of AFASA. AFASA, as you would know, is truly honored to be part of this conversation. Not only is it part of the conversation, but also part of the partnership itself. Now we're truly honored in the sense that to be part of the circle of global business women, and I've been listening, besides the good oratory messages that I have heard, I'm truly inspired that there seems to be a determination that says, we're going to take this thing forward. Now, like many other people, I've been to too many of these conferences and conversations. When I was asked by my colleague, Ndutu Mbigo Mtsekhwa, to come and listen to and participate here, and I said, but how different is this going to be from the rest of the others? Because I have developed a fatigue that says, show me how is this going to be different and or better. She assured me, and on that note, I'd like to congratulate her for being appointed to lead the CGBW agribusiness component. For us as AFASA, it is a true inspiration. We're very grateful for that. We would like to thank the French partnership. We would like to thank MTN and the Department and Ministry of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. To the Minister in absentia, we say a word of gratitude. We're grateful and we would like to thank NEPAD. We thank the African Forum and its former African presidents.
Yes.
I hope I have said so that we give our thanks to the French in the French embassy. We're truly and sincerely grateful. Now, for anybody who has some appreciation of arithmetic, would understand that if women account for more than 50% of the population of the world, you have to understand, you don't have to be too clever to understand that if you don't deal with that huge component of the population, you are missing the point. You don't have to like the subject, you just have to understand basic arithmetic. And I say to my colleagues who are men, it has got nothing to do with intimidation. It has got nothing to do with being threatened. It has got to do with understanding that the world of business is about numbers. When you are not addressing more than 50% of a population that you're dealing with, you obviously have got no conception of basic arithmetic, let alone economics. And so I was encouraged when I heard mention being made of education. What I did not hear is that some of this education has got to be directed towards men and the boys. That they need to understand why is it important to have women, a significant stakeholder, to be given the opportunity and the space to participate meaningfully in this game. I would have said so, by the way, even if it was a different group, because I understand numbers. And I'm hoping that as part of your education drive, please bring these fellows, my people of my ilk, along, that they too get to understand what we're talking about here.
Thank you.
Of course, we've heard statistics that women, 70% of them work in this industry. Now, need I say more? You have a bulk of the workforce also that you are ignoring. You cannot be considered to be smart when you continue to do so. Again, I dare say, it has got nothing to do with gender. It has got to do with the fact that this is the world of numbers. If you understand something about numbers, you cannot leave a significant part out of it. Now, I then have to say, I've listened to the minister. Of course, being a politician, she said very good statements, and I think very good policy interventions. Now, I ask the question, even with that in place, what stands in the way of women empowerment and development? I don't know. I am no expert in that field, but I'm really keen and interested to know what exactly stands in the way of women empowerment. I do not believe it is a policy issue, at least in the South African context, if I listen to the kind of policy interventions that we hear of. Are women doing enough themselves to take forward their own affairs? I don't know. And again, I have to put a disclaimer that I'm no expert on the subject, so I've got to tread with care. But I have got to ask the question that says, are women sufficiently determined themselves to do this, not only talk about these things, but to do something about them in a manner that delivers the kind of result? Whose permission do they need? I don't think you need anybody else's permission other than your own selves. Are we entrepreneurial enough? Are we determined? Are we that thirsty for development? Do we have the wherewithal? Do we have what it takes? I don't know. These are questions that seem to be interesting to me. Now, all of that said and done, you can go and fully knowing that AFASA leadership is board and EC, the chairperson of the board, and myself in particular, I'm a very strong proponent for women empowerment, have got your back. We fully support these initiatives, and we will do any and everything within our means and powers to make sure that that which you have started delivers the results that you are setting out to. I've listened to people talk about coaching, which is one of the things that I do. And I do make myself available that should there be a requirement or need on your part, we would like to hold hands. To my late president, Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi, it is a pity that you have left a moment too soon not to see the results of your work. When I spoke at her memorial, I did say that, and I do hope that we've got to ask the question, Quo Vadis, that where to from after her departure? Are we able to take up the baton that she has dropped and move on? Are we going to have a Vuyo Mahlatsi memorial lecture at some stage and speak about these things? Yes, I can see that fist. And speak about these things, but not only speak about them, but record progress, material and tangible progress. And therefore, on that note, I would like to step down and express our deepest sense of gratitude and congratulate you on this outstanding piece of work.
Thank you, Mr. Gabo. I'm still saying Maliambe Ivili Loboya to my French colleagues that would not understand what do I mean when I say Ivili Loboya. Madam President Vuyo Mahlatsi was running a company called in agriculture Ivili Loboya, where she was producing beautiful garments that were actually sent to overseas and in Europe. But the uniqueness of this, Sis Vuyo was actually doing it in rural areas of the Eastern Cape. So the community that was surrounding the processing plant benefited from this initiative. And hence we're saying, because it was an agribusiness initiative, hence we're saying today, Maliambe Ivili Loboya, Maliambe, Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi, rest in power. And today, Mr. Mike Gabo, we are taking forward your proposal of Dr. Vuyo Mahlatsi Memorial Lecture, particularly in this sector, in agribusiness. As the Circle of Global Business Women, our chairperson for Africa in agribusiness, who is the chair for the AFASA women, we are taking it forward. Madam Tutu, can I see your face? I need you to salute on this one. Can you just unmute Madam Dutu, we are taking forward the Dr. Vuyo Mahlati Memorial Lecture. The Dr. Vuyo Mahlati Memorial Lecture will actually speak about experiences, will speak about what we're going to come out on the 100 women that the minister has announced and all the strategic partnerships that we're going to do. And this says now, Madam Chair, we are not going to rest. After this platform, we need to actually come up with programs that would speak to Dr. Vuyo Mahlati Memorial Lecture. And I salute Dr. Sbanda, you'll be part of that memorial lecture. The French Embassy will be part of that memorial lecture. On behalf of Dr. Vuyo Mahlati, in her resting place, and she's resting in power. Today she's smiling where she's sleeping. We are saying to the French Embassy, thank you very much for identifying Afasa youth to participate with us as the Circle of Global Business Women in the GIBS program. There's a history in this relationship. So that's why I'm really becoming emotional, because I'm saying Dr. Vuyo Mahlati has done an amazing work. And we thank Afasa leadership and the Afasa NEC for taking care of my sister as the president. May her soul rest in peace. Now, I'm going to call our dearest sister, Madame Emilia Howard. She is representing the Africa Forum, which is the eminent persons in the continent, the former presidents of all the African states. I can name a few: President Obasanjo, President Thabo Mbeki, and President Chisano. Yes, very passionate. And I know he knows about this. Thank you very much. I don't want to waste your time. Take the floor.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to recognize, although they had to go to another meeting, the Honorable Toko Didiza, Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform. And she was, we know each other for more than 12 years. You know, working together with her, and this I'm always inspired, and I honor her very much. And Mrs. Esterin Fotobank also, we work very closely with the African Union, and of course the African Union, the Development Agency, NEPAD. Also, Dr. Yves Guénon, I don't know if he left or not, but the president of French South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the distinguished representatives of the French Embassy, South Africa, Miss Romy Harding, the Secretary General of Circle of Women, Global Business Women, and of course, Madame Cindy, you are inspiration. Oh my God, you know, this is you have to shout, you know, and bring the flag of Africa everywhere in the world, you know, with this wonderful smile. Yes, and of course, all the agripreneurs, women and gentlemen, mostly women here I see, but that's good, women power we have at the moment. So I'm honored indeed, and this is a privilege to have this opportunity to relate a message of support to this extraordinary audience gathered to discuss three of the most critical issues that the African continent has to overcome. And these are firstly, the issue of food security, secondly, the issue of the gender dimension, particularly in respect of acknowledging the significant role of women and youth in the agribusiness. And thirdly, the role of the agricultural advancement towards mitigating the socio-economic consequences that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused. In few words, I seize the occasion to introduce to you our unique Pan-African organization, the Forum for Former African States and Government, commonly known as Africa Forum. The members of the Africa Forum has crafted a vision to work towards unique, united and strong Africa through their individual and collective contribution as former leaders, sharing their knowledge and moral authorities and experiences to overcome the challenges on the continent. The mission of this humble contribution is to leave the future generation an enduring leadership legacy, learning from the past to build a better future. Through its activities, the Forum worked to support
and complement the work of the African leaders and the African intergovernmental institutions to advance Africa's social, political, and economic development agenda. Membership of the Africa Forum is by invitation from the General Assembly, extended to former African heads of states and government and prominent African leaders with strong democratic credentials. Such leaders will have made significant contributions towards the promotion of sustenance of democratic governance in their own country, sub-region, and the continent. Essentially, membership of Africa Forum is subject to membership criteria based on principle of democratic entrance and democratic exit. The members of the Africa Forum align themselves with the mission and vision set forth with a virtue supported by their unconditional personal commitment, excellence, and integrity. Africa Forum would like to pay a special tribute to the pilots of this initiative, the Circle of Global Businesswomen, for identifying this important topic focused on the gender perspective in agricultural development. Their effort in this regard concludes crystal clear that the future of African continent will be seriously compromised if special attention is not given to the women involved in agriculture sector to enable them to participate actively in the industry, which is in turn significantly will contribute to shape the future of the continent. From the outset, I would like to recognize the special attention which the government of South Africa, as well as the sub-regional and continental leadership, is giving to the advancement of the agriculture infrastructures at national, sub-regional, and regional levels, particularly in supporting women who have been identified as the instrumental actor in the implementation process. With this in mind, the African Union has expressed their commitments to promoting gender equality, enhancing women's participation in agricultural development. And this was very well articulated by Honorable Didiza and Esther from NEPAD. So furthermore, it is important to express our gratitude for the continued support of our friends of Africa, such as the French South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the French Embassy in South Africa, who work hand in hand with Africa's entrepreneurs to address the urgent issues affecting agriculture and food security in Southern Africa. And lastly, but not least, I would like to put on the pedestal the tireless work and selflessness with which our heroines agripreneurs present here and their sisters in the field are making possible to believe that Africa can change and can be prosperous. This I would like for you to visualize. I did not prepare slides, but to visualize a big field, actually a piece of ground, brown and without nothing on it, and you staying in front of it, and what you visualize. This is a wonderful message I've heard, somewhere, that to most people this is dirt, but to a farmer, this is a potential. So I would like to thank you, the women agripreneurs here, for seeing the potential and take the challenge to become a farmer. The members of the forum strongly believe that by creating the right conditions, the greatest asset of the continent would transform Africa into a hub of growth, opportunities, and possibilities. And most certainly, the greatest asset of Africa is the 60% of the world's arable land and its youth, women, and men. But not only the abundance of natural resources, like everyone says. Entering agriculture as a profession and use the continent's resources of available arable land is a prerequisite for success and accumulation of wealth. I learned from a very special woman on this continent, part of the panel of WISE, Dr. Speciosa Wandira, who was actually the former vice president of Uganda. She was telling me, the Africans do not eat diamonds and stones. They eat food. So this is why the stones are not important to us, but growing food is. This taught me a big lesson, which everybody from of us we have to learn. Furthermore, it is also on record that 70% of African people make a living through agriculture, and an average of 60% of African population is still rural, which clearly maps that agriculture is the industry and the main force to create meaningful jobs for youth and women and fast forward the growth of the economies, but most importantly, to bring the end of poverty. Recently, the Africa Forum convened a high-level stakeholder consultation session of former heads of states, members of the Africa Forum core group on peace and stability in Africa, with the sub-regional and regional bodies discussing on a new approach to peace and stability in Africa, including the new sources of conflict, which shatters the continent to pieces. The undoubted and anonymous conclusion of the meeting is that the consistent high poverty levels are the main reason for never-ending conflicts, radicalization, and underdevelopment of the continent. The president also concluded that if we want the guns to be silenced, we have to eradicate hunger and poverty through education, knowledge empowerment, and job creations. This is also the way to respond to the new impediments and sources of conflict, which have significant impact on the development of Africa. Namely, this is the impact of pandemics such as Ebola and COVID-19, human trafficking, environmental degradation, cybercrime, terrorism, and violent extremism. Consequently, the importance of enabling, educating, and shaping a whole generation of young agripreneurs, women and men, will bring peace, stability, and development on the continent. The stigma of a starving Africa will die out, and from 227 million African people chronically hungry now, we will have 2.7 billion healthy and wealthy Africans tomorrow. The women and youth are not only the bread producers of tomorrow, but they are soon to become the custodians of the peace and security on the African continent. I would like to underline that the prime objective of Africa Forum is building an intergenerational bridge by sharing the individual and collective experiences, knowledge, and expertise of its members, particularly in the area of peacemaking, peace building, political, socio-economic governance, harmonization of African societies, promoting the culture of peace and tolerance. Africa Forum is in full support of all efforts deployed by organizations who are working towards harnessing the potential of women and youth to be the drivers and enablers of transformation of the Africa's destiny, such as the Circle of Global Businesswomen. Thank you for this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my dearest sister. We are indeed humbled and honored as the Circle of Global Businesswomen, a message that is coming from the eminent persons on the African continent, the former presidents of member states in the continent, who are actually committing themselves as well to gender equality. But also at the same time, I like the resolution that the former presidents took in terms of their high panel discussions in the continent, that if you want to silence the guns, we must actually invest in poverty and come up with strategies. And the only way to invest in poverty is food security. So this platform is very important, and that outcome is the Circle of Global Business Women working with the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, will take it forward in partnership with you, our dearest sister, but also with humility. Send our best regards from our fathers, the honor for them to send you in this platform to support us. We feel humbled and honored from the eminent persons in the continent. Yes, Africa is alive. Yes, Africa is the best of the best. Let us build the Africa we want and make sure that we are the creators and enablers of the African continent. We've got powerful wisdom in the African Forum, and we need to utilize that wisdom of the former presidents, the eminent persons, and also so that as the Circle of Global Business Women, we make sure that when we're talking about the liberation of women in the continent through agribusiness is alive, because our elderly persons, our eminent persons have really articulated and made it sure that women and gender equality is very important. Before I sign off, my brother actually spoke about a very important thing, is all of us know that the generation equality is very important. It's involving men and youth. And I'd like to encourage men and youth that are sitting in this platform. You are very important in this agenda of agribusiness. If we say women in agribusiness, we're not throwing you away, but what we're saying is show us the way, give us the platform, create an enabling environment. And Mr. Kabo, if you have the coaching skills, why not coach these women to be the best of the best in the continent, in South Africa? With those words, I'd like to say thank you very much for this collaboration. That is really amazing, and we're looking forward working with you. Now I'm gonna call another African child, Dr. who's very amazing, the president of Women of Value in Africa, Dr. Timakatso Malwela. Dr. Timakatso Malwela is actually working very closely with the powerful institution in the continent that is actually looking at corporate governance, and would like to actually acknowledge her in this platform and say, Dr. Timakatso Malwela, we are partners as the Circle of Global Business Women, and thank you very much, my dearest sister, for actually inviting me in your platforms to be a speaker. Africa Peer Review Mechanism is my home. Your home is the African Union Development Agency and NEPAD. Your home is the African Forum, because you deal with women in the African continent. And we're looking forward working with you in a collaborative manner to make sure that we change women's lives through agriculture in the continent. Agriculture is the key pillar of any member state in the economy. So we don't have to underestimate what we are doing here today. Let us actually rise and mount our wings as eagles. And we saw. Thank you, President.
Thank you so much, my president. And let me start by just congratulating you for this powerful, platform that you have created for women to come and deliberate, but not only to deliberate and also to explore, when you talk about the partnerships. And I just want to acknowledge each and every leader in this platform. I always say, women, you're not only a leader because you have been selected or elected to lead a particular organization, but at home we are leaders. In the society we are leaders. So don't underestimate where you are and the power that you've got, because as women, I always, not that I'm preaching, there's this one scripture that says a foolish woman can destroy her own home, and a strong woman or a wise woman can build. So it shows the power that we as women we've got, and how we can be able to rebuild. Because I think at this moment, my president, we are talking about rebuilding, and we are talking about rebuilding economy, but using, the tool of agriculture as a vehicle, agriculture as a tool, how agriculture has been perceived. We as women in Africa, as women in the global space, we are changing the narrative of how we look at the agriculture, how we look at the value chain. I love my president, me and you, we talk the same language, of the value chain. So I always say, can we pivot, because during the pandemic, we learned to look at other areas, within the value chain. When that area is not working, what is that you can do? I just also want to advise women, my president, to say, we need to continue to empower ourselves with knowledge. These are the kind of platforms, when you are listening to other women, you start to know that, I thought maybe I know up until this much, only to find that I didn't know even half of the information. Or even when I know some of the things, but I'm adding on the knowledge that I've got. We cannot have enough of the knowledge. Knowledge is power. You cannot have enough of the information to say, I am done with the information. Today, I have learned a lot from my leaders in this platform. And I also want to encourage our women to say, continue to research, continue to research, because we don't want to be left behind when we are doing things in a way that they are no longer working. The world is evolving. We have to accept that. And, as this platform, it has been open like this, I think there are women, there are leaders in this platform that are also going to be able to add on the information to guide and to lead us, because we are here to learn from each other. And I also want to say to women, let's stop, I want us to turn competition for us to start complimenting each other. So you turn competition to complementing. So in other words, I am saying, my sister, I want to leverage on your strength, because I know that you've got what I want, I've got what you want. What I don't have, you already have. Somebody has got it somewhere. And with other partners as well, being from the government, being from the private sector, being from the civil society, we have to learn to collaborate and build that ecosystem. When we talk about the fragmented structures, where you will find that I am doing my own thing alone, little thing alone, and the other person is doing the other organization, whereby I feel comfortable enough, because if I take Cindy in my space, she is going to shine. You know the mentality of us trying to suppress or to oppress the other so that I can look better. Those times have passed. We are talking the same language. We are here to say, let's work together. Our goal is the same. So if the goal is the same, why can't we bring whatever that we've got in one space? Why can't we just bring our efforts together to build or to rebuild, a better society through our sector, which we are talking about at this particular moment? We've got young people, young generation that has to look upon us, who are coming behind us, whom we need to introduce them to say, hey, agriculture is not what you thought it is. Because with most of young people, and the mentality of people perceiving agriculture, forgetting that, we're talking food security here. Without food, we cannot survive. So this is the time really for us as women. I will always stress women, and I do acknowledge our men who are supporting us, working with us. But us as women, we are saying we are ready. My president, I am ready to work with you. I always say, when somebody say, I will rally behind, I say, let's work together. We are here to say, let's work together, let's learn together, let's do things together. And let's take our, also, I love my government so much. They've got beautiful policies about developing women. They've got beautiful policies about, the great things that can happen, but we are lacking the part of the implementation. And I feel that, there's something that is lacking. Maybe it is on the monitoring and evaluation, because Dimagato knows that, I don't need to account. But I think, my president, this is the platform that we're going to come back to give the feedback as we are sitting here talking today, because, talks are cheap at times. We say things that we don't even come back and, to implement. But all I'm trying to say is that, my president, if we can have this platform again, this time of the year, and you say how far you have gone, from where we have been and what you have promised. We've got the programs, we've got the networks that you also might not have. How about, bringing those networks together? And I think after this webinar, we are going to have meetings, the follow-up meetings. I know we were supposed to have, but because this month was really a very, very hectic month for women in South Africa, with different programs, even, our government was involved so much. I think from where we are, as from next month, we will be able to sit down and to say, let's drill back let's bring whatever that we have discussed here together and see how we are going to implement. I just want to encourage everyone that we should not lose hope. You know, we're still around. As long as we are still here, we're still alive. Unfortunately, we cannot sit back, we cannot complain, we cannot wait for somebody to do things for us. You know, it's upon us really to be able to go out there and to start doing things that we wish we have to. One of the speakers has said it, to say our former president, Utata Thabo Mbeki, said, you know, the Africa I want, you know, we are responsible for that. No one will come from anywhere in this world to come and rebuild or build the Africa that we want, the society that we want. It is upon our shoulder, it is upon ourselves to make it. And I want to thank you, my president, for this. I really appreciate you so much. And I thank you for believing in us, you know, your partners, and say, come, let's reason together, let's work together. And it is indeed that time for us to stand together and just to balance each other. And we by doing that, we will be able to achieve what others never achieved before. We are the women who are saying we are going to drive, you know, and to break the borders and build the bridge, because we want to work together as women. We want to trade amongst ourselves. We want to start changing the language that we talk. When we meet as women, we are no longer going to talk about how, you know, hair looks like, because that doesn't matter anymore. We need to be talking business like men, because that's where they beat us. That is the game that they know best, that when they meet, they talk the language that is going to benefit not only them, but, you know, their businesses as well. So let us be those kind of women, because with us, when we build the businesses, it's not only ourselves, but we are building the economy even for the future generation and for the others to come. I thank you.
Oh my God. When you see the energy that I have, it's Dr. Dimakatso. She's my strength, she's my sister, she's my prayer warrior. She can call me at 12 midnight and says, wake up, let's pray. And this is the power that you see in her. And I embrace you, my sister. We complement each other. And as you work with Africa Peer Review Mechanism, and as we work with African Union, NEPAD, taking all women in the agri space to the next level, as we work with the African Forum, taking women to the next level, you said a very important thing. Women must stop competing with each other. I don't know why are they doing it. You know, the problem, President, if I can address it in this platform, some women have a low self-esteem. They can't embrace intelligence. They can't embrace innovative women, because they think that when they embrace them, they're going to be right at the bottom. But today, I'm challenging you. Go and embrace intelligent women. Go and embrace innovative women. They'll take your business to the next level. Don't compete with them. If you're battling in your business, be honest and say, I'm battling. Don't play a big girl, and yet you know that you don't have resources and you don't have information, you don't have capacity, you don't even know where to go from the next level. So today I'm challenging these women in this platform, because Dr. Dimakatso has given me that energy, because we are doing this for you as members, as women. So use these platforms to benefit and take your rightful position in the marketplace, because there's no better other opportunity that you can get besides having such platforms that we are creating. Indeed, Doc, we'll definitely have another session that will look at the way forward, engaging with our strategic partners, including yourselves as women of value in Africa, and making sure that your strategy speaks to the Circle of Global Business Women strategy, and also speaks to the African Union NEPAD strategy, so that we embrace each other. And when we take ourselves and we mount our wings going to the continent, we are at the same level. Collaboration is the new competition. You don't compete with your sister. You just embrace your sister. Come on, girls, we can do it. You know, when women rise, nation rise. Take this note today. When women rise, nation rise. So let us actually embrace each other and rise together and make sure that we don't compete with one another. But what I want to say, because Dr. Dimakatso has mentioned a very important thing in the ecosystem, women of vision see the invincible. Women of vision hear the inaudible. They hear things that other people don't hear. But women of vision do the impossible. Go out there today and do something impossible in your business, in your family, in your community, in your country, in the continent, globally. So now, as I sign off, I'm going to call our dearest sister, whom I draw strength as well as the global president. She calls me GP, our dearest sister, President Thandi Mabena, who is the president for South Africa for the Circle of Global Business Women, who has actually landed, hit the ground running. Dr. Sibanda, I'm really humbled and honored to have Sis Thandi as the president for the Circle of Global Business Women in South Africa. I tell you, South African women will never be the same again because of the energy, because of the love and the passion that he has to change women in the country. Thank you, President.
Thank you so much, my GP. All protocol observed. And thank you everyone for staying this far. I didn't even realize it's almost 2 o'clock. So I'm going to be brief. First of all, I just wanna thank the French Embassy, our government, and the facilitators of this beautiful workshop. All the support that we've had and the agribusiness women who are really talking about an equal future after COVID-19. I think for me, where I'm sitting after having listened to all these beautiful people saying the wonderful things, I'm saying, let us reimagine the Africa that we want. And the Africa that we want is going to be led by the women. And by the way, women, it just comes naturally to nature. And it comes naturally to live within nature. So the ecosystem, ladies, it is ours. And before I forget something I wanted to mention to our brother, Mikey Gabo, the women are ready to take up their place in the agri space. And we embrace the Circle of Global Business Women. As much as it is a women's organization, we embrace the gender-sensitive men like yourselves. We embrace the gender-sensitive men that are flying the woman's flag in the world. People like Professor Mohale, and there's many of them. I'm not going to go through all of them. People like the president of South Africa, our very own President Ramaphosa, people like the president of France, and people on the ground that are doing the amazing work like our Minister of Agriculture. This is the most important topic in life as we have as women. And the role of agriculture and poverty alleviation and food systems has multiple ripple effects. And it affects all other ministries from education, health, and I can't name them all. And we know that in South Africa, the unemployment rate right now is 34.4%. And of that 34.4%, 64% are the youth. So the women on this platform and the women in the African continent are going to hold hands and try and improve what we are seeing. We know that with unemployment, there's no peace in the world. We know that with unemployment, there will be no progress for future development of our future leaders in the agri space. And ladies and gentlemen, we know the symbiotic relationship between the agribusiness, climate change, water, and education is important. And I'm very, very, very encouraged by what the French bilateral agreements are telling me, because they're saying they are going to hold hands with the different countries in the SADC and beyond to build sustainable agripreneurs, to build a sustainable world where our children will be happy and proud to live in. And the last thing that I would like to mention is that hungry people are angry people. And therefore, ladies, let's nurture our world and let's make this world a better place to live. And who's this? Yeah, Luyanda's call for women to regroup and collaborate. We really take your call seriously. The platform is burning, but we have a burning ambition. The light has been lit from the tip of the continent in Africa. We're going to light going up to Cairo. And Dr. Lindiwe told us that in Africa, there are some women that have done some amazing things. We are prepared to unlearn what we know hasn't worked and to learn what we know will work going forward. We really want to be in those platforms where we will listen to messengers with the right messages that will take South Africa and the continent to a different place. And the Circle of Global Businesswomen is not just in South Africa. It's now a multi-global organization. It's beyond Africa. So when I'm talking about women in agribusiness, I'm not just talking about women in the African continent. I'm talking about women in the other continents, in Europe, in Australia, in America, in the Asiatic countries. Let us collaborate. Let us have those exchange programs, and let us multiply one another as women in business and in agriculture. And let us take our youth with us. They are watching us. They are unemployed. 64% of them are languishing in unemployment. So Sis Anna, Meme, and all the others that are our agri giants, let us take our youth, let us coach and mentor them. Let us take our youth into those educational institutions where we're going to equip them with skills, and let us take our youth and get them into research spaces where they will understand the ecosystems and understand how they can contribute. And women are already there. Thank you so much, my GP. And thank you so much for everything that you have done for just not the continent, but the world, and for bringing this amazing, amazing platform to our space. And I know this is not a South African thing. This is a continental thing. This is a global thing. And together we can. Thanks.
Thank you, my president in South Africa. As I stand as the global president, I stand on your shoulders, my dearest sister. I'm a South African before I come as the global president for the Circle of Global Businesswomen. I appreciate you. And thank you very much for the work that you've done for the Circle. Sorry, I'm becoming emotional. And also with this great platform that I'm seeing today, I hope women will take this platform and run with it and make sure that they take their rightful position and stop fighting and stop speaking badly about other women. They must concentrate on their lane. They must run on their lane. This is the platform that we're creating for them. Let them take this platform, showcase your intelligence, showcase who you are in your business. We want to see who you are in your business, but not by talking. We want to see your produce taking into global markets. And also, as I sign off, calling my dearest sister, the board member for the Circle of Global Businesswomen and the director at the Circle of Global Businesswomen and a co-founder for the Circle of Global Businesswomen. As I stand here, I'm standing on the shoulders of two gentle giants, Dr. Futhi Mthoba and Mamuzanele Mbeki. And if they didn't identify me when I was a young person, I should be speaking like this in this platform. And I thank Mamuzanele Mbeki for identifying me in the International Women's Forum South Africa to attend a strategic leadership program at GIBS. That was an eye-opener for me. The mentorship and the coaching that I received in that program, it opened eyes for me. That program told me I must live a purposeful life. And this is a purposeful life, Mama, that I'm living today. I salute and honor you in your endeavors of changing women's lives in the continent and globally. Dr. Futhi, she's a member at the Circle of Global Businesswomen. She's also a member at International Women's Forum South Africa. I'm a Sawidian. What you see here is a product of Sawid, is a product of International Women's Forum South Africa. So there is power in unity. There is power in women's movement. Let us utilize and embrace each other in all the women's movement globally and make sure that we take our rightful position and lead. And with my last words, I'd like to say, if Vililobo ya Dr. Vuyo Mahlati, Maliambe, rest in power, Dr. Vuyo Mahlati. I'd like to call as my sister, Suki Lungu, who's going to do the vote of thanks on this powerful program, who's also going to thank everybody who's still connecting. We've exceeded within an hour, but we still have women that are sitting in this platform. Thank you very much.
The excellencies on our digital platform, the Honorary Minister of Agriculture, Ms. Togo Didiza, the French Embassy, and all the French partners that make this event possible, President, French South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Gunon, the Global President of CGW, Ms. Cindy Mzamo Shabalala, and all our country presidents, all speakers and panelists, all our viewers online, good afternoon. What a privilege to be here this afternoon and to be part of this great event. Not every day one gets an opportunity to be part of the event that speaks to something that is very, sits at the core of their heart. Agriculture is something that I'm very passionate about. This is our first sector seminar. Looking forward to many more of these. Seeing the full range of expertise covering so many parts of the agribusinesses is exciting and ensuring that we definitely are on the right path. Having so many Mbogotos at the forefront of these agribusinesses is only testament that women have always worked the lands, providing food for the families and sometimes villages. So why not expand and take this ability and expertise into providing food security for our country and for the rest of the world? The fight to end poverty will only be successful and be impactful when women lead it. The program today has covered an incredible wide range of agri-activities, everything from piggery, beekeeping, poultry farming, and I'm sure there's many more that we're not able to speak. It is very pertinent to evaluate the entire value chain and close the gaps by offering an end-to-end solutions as agribusinesses. That will ensure the future and sustainability of our businesses. Think out of the box, be innovative, research. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So many methodologies are out there, they've already been tried and tested. For example, greenhousing, glass housing, hydroponics, aquaponics. That's only some of the things or the innovations that are out there that can be very impactful in agribusinesses. I've been really struck by the breadth and depth of what this event has offered. And I start by saying that you do not happen to be agribusiness owners, but you are agribusiness. Build on core value system. This enables you to completing the value chain and ensuring that you close all gaps. This sector takes patience, blood, sweat, dedication, and special kind of sacrifice. It is our savior as humanity. We rely 100% for our own well-being. Who can survive without food? No one. So improving the efficiency and competitiveness of South African agriculture by integrating technology and adapting to innovation, creating employment opportunities, stabilizing and reducing food prices. That's very important, especially in this economical situation we're in. Creating opportunities for new farmers that are coming into this industry, particularly small scale, processing plants, transporters, even exporters. Improving food security, accessibility, quality, nutrition. Nowadays, with all these health challenges that we're facing, it's very important to have access to organic foods, GMO-free. I am certain that as agribusinesses, you will use this opportunity of being together in this platform to network, connect, and collaborate. I've seen that on the chat, a lot of you have already done that, which is at the core of the Circle of Global Business Women. CGW saw it fit today that we will showcase these Bogotos that have made strides in the sector, to encourage, to applaud them on their endeavors, while holding their hands as they grow each day See, the Circle of Global Businesswomen is a global network of intelligent and innovative women who are authentic in their endeavors to create leadership shift globally, supporting the rise of women leaders globally, and urges them to shatter the glass ceiling in various fields. Agribusiness is one of them. The global of women business embodies a female wave of change and power of circle of women, leading change. This change talks to innovation, an authentic way of doing things. It requires a paradigm shift to endeavor in complete end-to-end life cycle of agribusiness, completing the entire value chain. As this year has been dedicated to Mamu Charlotte Matleke, the leader. As women, we are born leaders. Leadership comes naturally to us. We must embrace one another, lead with dignity and integrity. As the seed we plant today will be reaped by future generations. The circle of sisterhood means I am not alone. Therefore, I must lift as I rise. I must serve with humility. This Sunday, my priest explained humility in a very beautiful way. He explained it as such. He said, humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. I would like to applaud the commitment that was given this afternoon and this morning by the Minister, Toko Didiza, for the 100 women. I also like to applaud the commitment from Afsaki, Afsagri, and NEPAD. And I hope, Bramike, when you had your doubts about what this seminar is all about, I hope these commitments show you that at the Circle of Global Businesswomen, we are here to serve and we are doers. We are not a talk show. Circle of Global Businesswomen as an organization is built on the values of Ubuntu, integrity, dignity, discipline, positive attitude, and sisterhood network, powered by a genuine yearning to empower and uplift one another. We are humbled and honored for such a powerful journey. Ivili loboya, alihambe. Once again, we are very thankful to the French Embassy in South Africa for the support. As CGW, we have wings to fly and conquer the world. Phambili Zimbogodo, phambili. And not forgetting our trailblazer, our visionary, the one who leads with integrity and humility, our global president, Ms. Cindy Mzamo Shabalala. Long live Cindy Mzamo Shabalala, long live. I thank you.